We can get started here. Amy, you ready? Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Let's see, it's 8:29 on July 9th, 2022. We're in Division 11 of the Will County District Court, and we are here regarding people of the state of Colorado versus Kevin Eastman.
Judge, I think it's July 8th.
Sorry, July 8th, I saw that. And the parties are all present. We're outside the presence of the jury. And are there any issues before we bring the jurors in?
Yeah, just that, as I indicated last night, when we broke, the people are going to be requesting to publish several items of physical evidence that we did not yet publish to the jury yesterday when they were admitted. This court want me to make a record of what those items are right now?
You don't have to. I mean, you could do it contemporaneously if you like. They were admitted. You have the right to publish. Anything else, Mr. Wren? I know that, for the record, Mr. Wren emailed me and the defense with a proposed contemporaneous instruction regarding the 404B evidence that this court authorized.
And Judge, I saw that and I couldn't remember last night if I included mine with the jury instructions that I submitted. And for some reason, e-filing tells me I don't have access to my own filings. I don't have security, so I'm not sure if either the court or Christina can maybe authorize me to have access to that or tell me if I filed it with the jury instructions. I apologize, I just can't remember, but I do have one I can either email or submit.
I just got your email.
Oh, okay. But it did go through. Great.
I just got your email as you were talking.
That was sent last night. I'm not sure when it.
So you agree that your proposed instruction is not the pattern instruction that's approved by the Supreme Court?
I didn't say that.
I'm looking at it, and that's my position.
Okay, I just want to make sure the record is clear. Those words did not come out of my mouth just then. I could have one moment to pull it up. It's not the pattern. And which pattern instruction is the court referring to specifically?
I don't have it pulled up right now because I didn't realize this was going to be an issue, since we typically use the pattern instructions. I don't mind possibly giving something that looks like yours at the final jury instruction, but it seems to me that the pattern instruction would be appropriate contemporaneously, and then we can certainly talk about giving a more detailed instruction at the end of the trial.
And I would ask Mr. Wren or the court to direct me to which instruction that they're using or referring to, because I don't see one.
Are you talking about in the new Colties?
The 2021s, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I did include two footnotes on my proposed one that does include citations. And I cite in mine Colgy DO2 and DO3 that says that in addition, the court should repeat the limited purpose instruction in its general charge, the jury instructions at the conclusion, and it also instructs the court that it has to do it contemporaneously. I don't think any side is disputing that. So those two instructions I did find in Colgy. Beyond that, the case of U.S. v. Mars, M-A-R-E-S, it's a 10th Circuit case. It can be found at 441 F3rd 1152, and it's a 10th Circuit case from 2006, says the limiting instruction must caution the jury to consider the evidence only for the limited purpose for which it was omitted, and not as probative of bad character or propensity to commit the charged crime. And I think that is our main concern with the government's proposed contemporaneous limiting instruction, is that it's very one-sided and only tells and highlights to the jury what the evidence should be considered and used for, without warning appropriately and fairly to Mr. Eastman what the jury should not be considering the evidence for. So it's essentially only highlighting and putting emphasis on what the government wants the evidence to be used for, and not also cautioning the jurors at the beginning and every time the court reads that instruction throughout this trial, essentially to safeguard Mr. Eastman from being prejudiced against propensity evidence that is unlawful.
Thank you. Mr. Wren, anything you'd like to say?
The government took this directly from the Colgi, which is D's 02. With respect to the defense proposed, which I just received in an email moments ago, it doesn't indicate the purpose for which it can be considered. It is 3 paragraphs of emphasizing all the things it can't be considered for. And I would object to the giving of the defense instruction and ask that the court follow the Colgi proposed instruction, which is consistent with the proposed limiting instruction, or contemporaneous limiting instruction that I emailed the parties in the court last night.
So I will give the following instruction that considers both of your requests and explains to the jurors what they can use the evidence for and what they cannot use the evidence for. So this is what the instruction is going to say. The evidence you are about to hear may be considered by you for the limited purposes of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude towards and lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the deaths in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are about to hear testimony that has been admitted for a limited purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman is a bad person and or has a tendency to commit bad acts. You may never conclude that Mr. Eastman is guilty of any charge in this case based on a belief that Mr. Eastman has bad character or a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decision in this case is limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. Does that work?
Perfect.
Mr. Wren?
I object to emphasizing 3 different ways that it can't be considered, he can't be considered a bad person. That is essentially broadening the definition of character or propensity evidence beyond what it's intended to be, and it's redundant.
Let me edit this because I tend to agree with some of what you're saying. Give me 1 second, please.
I don't object to adding a sentence or 2 to the people's proposed instruction that says you may not consider it for any other purpose, to include not considering it for purposes of propensity or character evidence.
And I would object to that.
Okay. All right, so that second paragraph will read as follows. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decision in this case are limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. I think that's a correct statement of the law.
It is, but it's simply repeating the same thing twice. They can't consider it for character or propensity.
Okay. All right, so your objection is noted. I think that's the fair instruction that the court is going to give that explains to the jurors the purpose for which this other acts evidence is coming in and still protects the defendant from making sure that the jurors don't use this evidence and convict Mr. Eastman based on propensity evidence, as the law requires. Okay, any other issues?
Just for the record, my only concern with that is, yes, it protects Mr. Eastman from propensity, but it doesn't protect Mr. Eastman from just the jury concluding that he is a bad person. And that is also prohibited by the law.
Okay, thank you. So your objection is noted for the
Thank you.
record. Any other issues?
No.
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in.
You don't have the other two brothers under, or you do, but they're VRS.
Was that a question?
I
Or talking out loud?
know it was a question, but then I realized that we're permitted to be VRS.
Please rise.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome to be seated. Sorry for the delay. See, it's 8:42. We're now in the presence of the jury. So legal issues come up, and that's why sometimes we're delayed, and the lawyers and I communicated last night about an issue. We can't resolve that issue by email. Everything has to be on the record, and that's why we have to do things on the record when everybody's physically in court. So that's why we're a few minutes behind today. I apologize. Okay, and I think the prosecution wanted to publish some evidence. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. If I may approach the evidence.
Sure.
And Your Honor, just so the record, or the court is aware, we also would like to publish evidence as well afterwards. Of
course.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask for the assistance of Detective Atwood and Sergeant Porter. I'm going to request initially to publish what has been admitted as People's Exhibit 160, which is the carpet.
And we have Ms. Schmidt, who's our court reporter today. Yes. Not sure where they were left last night.
You looking for this?
We'll get you there. hand you the scissors now. We have a pair.
Thank you. Next, Your Honor, the people are requesting to publish People's Exhibit 161, carpet padding. Sergeant Porter, if you could lift the other white paper. Thank you. Let me know if you need an extra set of hands. Yes, sir. Finally, Your Honor, if we could request to publish People's Exhibit 169.
Sure.
This was the knife admitted through Detective Horwitz at the very end of testimony issue. And if I could have Detective Atwood just kind of walk along the front of the...
I would request Christina do it, please.
That's fine, Christina. Christina, do you mind publishing the...
The gloves are... For the record, the box was previously sealed, has been unsealed for purposes of publishing, and will be resealed upon completion of the publishing.
Of course. And if you want to move around, you're welcome to be able to take a better look at it. Again, all evidence that has been admitted will be also sent into the jury room.
Thank you. We could have Deputy Atwood reseal it, please.
Sure.
And for the record, People's Exhibits 160 and 161 were also properly sealed prior to publication and resealed at the conclusion of publication.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have a coach for the exhibits we'd like to publish, please?
Your Honor, if we could start with defendant's exhibit T2.
Sure.
And for the record, this is a red, black, orange shirt.
maybe. Oh, sorry.
Permission to affix additional exhibit stickers to the outside of the bags.
Sure.
We did. This is the last
You
one.
do, okay. It's visible. Next have exhibits UU. And I could ask you to change your gloves and items to limit cross-contamination. Thank you. For the record, this is the black T-shirt. Just to be clear, worn by Mr. Eastman at the time of his arrest. Next has Defense Exhibit BB, which are brown Carhartt work pants. exhibit is defendant's exhibit WW, which is a baseball marine cap 1. Lastly, we have defendant's exhibit XX, which is the right Carolina boot replacement, which is right Carolina boot replacement.
Just for the record, while they're finishing up with that I want to note that defense exhibits TT through XX inclusive were opened in court and repackaged by Investigator Atwood and Sergeant Porter and resealed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, prosecution may call their next witness.
Thank you. The people will call Alex McLaughlin to the stand.
Good morning. If I can please have you raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Why don't you have a seat and make yourself comfortable? If I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Alexander McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Thank
And Ms. Guthrie, you will let me know when you would like me to give that contemporaneous instruction.
I will, when it's that point in my
Thank you.
direct. Good morning, Mr. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
Who is your mother?
Well, she was a beautiful lady.
What was her name?
Heather Frank.
Do you know what her date of birth was?
December 8th, 1971.
And in February of 2020, how old would she have been?
She would have been 49, I believe.
Okay. Do you have brothers?
Yes.
How many brothers do you have?
2.
And where are you in the mix there?
I'm the oldest.
You're the oldest?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury how old you are?
How old I am?
Yes.
I am 27.
It's okay, we all lose track. How much younger are your brothers than you?
2 years younger.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit number 2, if I could approach Judge.
Yes.
Do you recognize that photo,
Yes.
Mr. McLaughlin? Is that a photo of your mother?
Yes.
And is that an accurate reflection of what your mother looked like prior to her death in February of 2020?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Two is admitted.
And permission to publish.
Sure.
Is this your mother here
Yes, it is.
on the screen?
Oh,
Sorry.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Take that down. Back in February of 2020, where did your mother live?
She lived in Greeley, Velardi County.
Do you know what her address was or the area?
Right across the street from Greeley West.
Okay,
I'm not sure the exact address.
Okay.
I never memorized it by heart.
it's all right. Do you know who Kevin Eastman is?
Yes.
How long had your mom known Kevin Eastman?
They started dating, I believe, in, I want to say 2011 or
Okay.
12, around there. Yeah.
And do you know if he went by another name?
First name stayed the same. Another last name was Quintana, I believe that was his other last name.
And you said that they'd been in a relationship since about 2011, 2012.
Yes.
So over that period of time to 2020, were there moments in time where they broke up?
Yes.
Approximately how many times did that happen?
I want to say at least twice.
And do you know if during the time that your mom was in this relationship with Mr. Eastman, if he had access to your mother's phone?
I'm not too sure about that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember doing an interview with Rita Servin from the Larimer County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of her report of where you talk about that?
Yes.
If I could approach, Judge.
Sure.
This is discovery, page 22. And if you could look at lines 43 through 46.
43 for 46.
Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes.
During their relationship, did you know if the defendant had had access to your mother's cell phone?
Yes.
And during that period of time, did he ever tell you that he was looking at her messages?
Yes.
And did you respond to him when he told you that?
That it wasn't okay and that he should respect her privacy.
Okay. I want to go back to the fall of 2020. How often did you speak to your mother?
Almost every day.
And how would you describe your relationship with your mother?
We were very, very close. Closer than me and my brothers were to her, you know. We talk about everything, pretty much.
Now, your brothers, what are their names?
Blake McLaughlin and Christian McLaughlin.
Do they have the same date of birth?
Yes, they're twins.
And how much younger than you are they?
They are 2 years younger than me.
How often would you actually see your mother?
From what I can remember, pretty much on her days off from work. Not all the time, but I would see her about 3-4 times ever since she moved out, you know. Yeah.
When did she move out?
She let me take over her apartment in 2015.
Okay.
So.
And
yeah.
did she go and get a different apartment at that time?
Yes.
Was that the apartment at the by Greeley West?
Yes.
Okay. And when you would see your mother in January, when you saw your mother in January, February timeframe, is there a kind of music that your mom likes?
Yeah, she liked everything. She was really into jazz. She told me that she would go to the bar downtown, here, and she would go. I can't remember the name of the bar, though.
Did she like to go see live bands?
Yes.
Did you ever go to live bands with her?
3 times, yes.
Do you remember the last time you had gone to watch jazz with her?
Yes.
When was that?
It was I want to say it was the first week of February.
And when
Of what year?
Of 2020.
So the first week of February 2020, you think
Yeah.
you went to go see a jazz musician with your mom?
Yeah, I believe it was the first, it was the very first start of February, basically.
Did your brothers go with you?
No.
When was the last time you saw your mother alive?
The day I went to the live concert, basically, was the last time I seen her.
And when was the last time you actually, if you spoke with her on the phone?
The last time I spoke to her, it was on a Thursday. I believe. I'm not sure the exact day, but it was right after the events of when they found Scott, basically. Yeah.
So the Thursday of that February 8th week, something like that?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant and your mom had been broken up in February of 2020?
Yes.
When did that breakup occur?
That breakup officially occurred on December 24th of 2019.
And had you seen the defendant since that December 24th of 2019 timeframe?
I seen him one time, which was a week after Christmas, and he had dropped books off before he said that he was moving, basically.
And Judge, if at this point, I think it's a good point to have the instruction read.
Thank you. So the evidence you are about to hear may be considered by you for the limited purposes of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude towards and lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the deaths in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are about to hear testimony that has then been admitted for this limited purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decision in this case are limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, how would you describe the nature of the relationship between your mother and the defendant while they were together before the breakup in December of 2019?
I would say toxic.
I want to take you back. Can you tell the jury about the first time you knew the defendant had physically harmed your mother? Do you remember about the time frame that was?
Yes. It was in February of 2014. I'm not sure the exact date that it took place.
Can you describe for the jury, first of all, what injuries that you saw on your mother?
When I seen her, she had a slash in her throat, like a knife, like a cut in her throat. I believe it was her right side of her face was really beaten up, like really bad. It was black and blue. Her wrist had been broken, and it was in I don't know what you call it, one of those.
Like a sling?
Sling, yes.
And do you know if your mother ever reported that incident?
Not that I don't think so.
When you saw that on your mother, how did you know that it was the defendant who had done that to her?
At first, she told me it was from a bar fight, and about a week and a half later, when Kevin started his work week hitch in the oil fields, is when I came over and she had told me that it was him that had done that actually.
At that point in time, where is your mother living?
2128 30. It was in Greeley. Yeah, 2128 30th Street.
Was she living with the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And the first time you spoke with her, you said that she told you something else about
Yes.
those injuries. Did you actually see her the first time she told you about those injuries?
Yes.
What did she tell you at first about those injuries?
That she had gotten into a bar fight.
Where was the defendant when she told you this?
He was in the living room reading a book.
And then you said later, when the defendant was not in the apartment,
Yeah.
she told you something different.
Yes.
And when she told you that, what was your reaction? How did you feel about that?
Shocked and scared. You know, I didn't know how to react because I'd never seen, you know, something like that before.
What did her neck look like in terms of its healing?
I mean, it healed kind of well. You know how, like, when a cat scratches you, the skin's kind of like it's hanging on, but it's, you know, that's what it kind of looked like. But it was healing. I'm pretty sure. I believe it left a scar on her neck.
And where would that have been?
Like, kind of where my Adam's apple would be, but
Okay.
without, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Without the beard?
Yeah.
Okay. When your mother told you about that, was there a time after that there was, in 2015, another injury that occurred related to the defendant harming your mother?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that one for a minute. That was when you were in Greeley, correct?
Yes.
Were you living with her at that point in time in 2015?
Yes.
That would have been about May 1st?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury where you were living at?
I was living at 2128 30th Street, apartment 1534. In Greeley.
How old were you then? 2015.
I believe I was 19 or 20,
Okay.
if I could do the math right.
You weren't 17 or anything
No,
like that?
no.
And when you were living with your mother, did you have your own room?
Yes.
And on that particular date, was there an altercation that occurred between your mother and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about what happened?
So on that day, they had returned home from a camping trip early. I was in my room on my computer. I overheard them yelling. They proceeded from the living room yelling into their bedroom, and it kind of calmed down. They were still yelling for about 5 more minutes. My mother stepped out and went into my room and was telling him to please leave. You're drunk. You're drunk. And she tried to shut the door on him, and he forced himself in and basically put her in a chokehold in a way.
Can you describe that for the jury? And if you would, I know this is a little nerve-wracking, but if you could stand up and show them precisely how he was holding her.
Yeah. Like, kind of like this. Holding it down. Like that, in a chokehold. Around her neck, basically.
Can you describe that for the record, Ms. Scott?
Yes, at this time, Mr. McLaughlin was standing up. He had his arm up against his neck in sort of a V shape with the hand over his shoulder, and his left hand was like around the bottom of holding a body or something.
Basically, yeah, around the
Stomach area.
Yes.
And when that occurred, where were you seated in the room?
To the left of the door, like basically right there, sitting down.
When that was happening, how long did he hold her like that in that chokehold?
Not very long.
Did he let go on his own?
No way.
What did you do?
I got up and I started yelling, and I told him to stop, get off of her, and he wouldn't let her go. So I stepped in and I tried to push him off of her, basically.
And was that an easy chore?
No.
To push him off of her? At that moment in time when he has her in this chokehold, are you afraid?
Yes.
What are you afraid of?
Him hurting my mom, yeah.
did you think he was going to not let go of her?
No.
When he is holding her in that chokehold, what is her face doing or her body?
Trying to get out, screaming, stop. Yeah.
And when you went to push him off, was that one push, two pushes? How much force did you have to get him off?
One push.
And when he let your mother go, what did he do next?
He pushed her and she fell onto my bed. It was a pretty small room, so everything was kind of close together in a way. And he shoved me and I fell down into my laundry basket. And then he proceeded to hit me. He hit me 3 times in the head.
Now, where were you in the room? Describe where you were in the room and where the defendant was, whether he was, on top of you, or how did that work? I mean, were you still standing up?
So, yeah, when I had got up and told him to stop and shoved him off, that's when he pushed her and he pushed me, and then I fell behind the chair, my office chair, and then I fell. My laundry basket was at the foot of my bed, and I fell into that. And then he didn't get like on top of me, but he was over me, and then that's when he started to punch me in the head.
And when you say he started to punch you in the head, can you describe what kind of fist he was using, whether it was open or closed?
It was closed.
How many times did he punch you in the head?
I believe 3 times.
And what was happening with your mother at that time? What was she doing when he was punching you in the head?
Screaming at him, tell him to stop, get off of him, leave him alone.
At that point in time, did the defendant leave?
Yes.
And was that incident actually called in to the Greeley Police Department?
Yes.
And when the Greeley Police Department arrived, did they speak to you first?
Yes. Yes.
And then they spoke to your mother, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you when he was hitting you in your head?
From what I can remember, he said, "You think you're tough? Come on," basically. Yeah.
When he was putting your mother in that chokehold, was he saying anything to your mother?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And then I want to move sort of forward in time. After that 2015 incident, was there another time that your mother called you to talk to you about something that had happened with the defendant?
Yes, multiple times.
In 2019, did she indicate to you another time that the defendant had injured her related to a strangulation?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
It was in. Oh wait. Could you repeat it one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. No, that's okay. In 2019, did your mother call to speak with you about something that had occurred with the defendant related to a strangulation?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I don't remember exactly the day, but I had woken up to her phone call, and she had called me crying and saying that Kevin had basically tried to strangle her, in a way, strangled, and that she was scared of him and that she wanted help. And I told her, well, let me call the police, and she told me, no, do not do that. And I recall, it pretty much ended up me and her just going back and forth, like, well, you need to leave him, you need to get away from him. And she said, I'm trying, but he won't leave me alone. That was basically that phone call, that, yeah, he had tried to strangle her, basically.
Did you see any marks on her neck after that period of time?
No.
Okay. And you said that there were other times that you saw bruising on your mother
Yes.
during the period of time that she was with the defendant.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury how often you would see that?
I want to say about three times I've seen it, besides the first incident that took place in 2014.
Was there also a time when she showed you injuries to her chest?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She had injuries on I think it was either the left or right side of her rib cage. She had bruises. And she had told me that she had fell. But I came to find out from her best friend, Allie, that...
Objection, hearsay.
That's the state.
Yeah, I just want to talk about what
Oh.
your mother told you, but
Okay.
you did see the bruising on her chest.
Yes.
And did she ever tell you that that came from the defendant?
No, not at that time.
Okay. And when was that? About what time period was that?
Say that was 2016, I believe 2016. Yes.
And during the time that that she was with Mr. Eastman and these things were happening, were you concerned for her well-being?
Yes.
Did you articulate that concern to her?
Yeah, multiple times.
And I want to ask you if you yourself or your brothers ever had a relationship with the defendant.
I mean, yes and no. Maybe more my brothers in a way. I started to have somewhat of a relationship with Kevin, but after seeing the things how he treated my mom, what's the word I'm looking for? I tolerated him, because my mom just wouldn't stay away from him in a way.
And when you're talking about you just tolerating him, in 2019 or 2020, in January of 2020, did he ever reach out to you to speak with you at all?
Yeah, in January.
And was that separate and apart from your mother, or was that in context with your mother?
Kind of is separate in a way, over text message.
Did you get together with him at all?
No.
And to your knowledge, do you know if your brothers ever got together with him?
I believe just Blake. That would be in February of 2020.
Okay. If I could just have one moment.
Sure.
Mr. McLaughlin, do you see the person here in the courtroom today who assaulted you back in 2015, who you talked about having a relationship with your mother since 2011, and who your mother told her had assaulted her on numerous occasions? Do you
Yeah.
see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please describe an item of clothing he's wearing and point to where he is seated?
He's wearing a black and white buttoned shirt, black or glasses, and he's sitting in between.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect the defendant's been identified subject to cross-examination.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge.
Here's your water.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Mr. McLaughlin, you'd agree that Mr. Eastman and your mother had a wild relationship,
Yes.
and they fought when they drank,
Yes.
and they'd yell at each other?
I'm sorry?
They'd yell at each other,
Yes.
have screaming matches?
Along the lines, yes.
And they both struggled with alcohol use.
Yes.
And in your view, Mr. Eastman was an alcoholic,
Yes.
and so was your mother.
Yes and no. It's hard to say because she'd only drink. I'd only ever notice her drinking on the weekends, like on her days off. But she was a heavy drinker when she would drink.
Okay, so when she did drink, she drank to excess.
Yes.
And you said she drank most on the days that she had off, but she was known to miss work sometimes when she drank too much.
Once in a while, yes.
And so, of you and your brothers, you had the closest relationship with your mother,
Yes.
and you talked to her on a regular basis.
Yes.
Almost every day, you said.
Almost, yes.
And she'd tell you when she was dating somebody new.
Yes.
Whenever she got in a new relationship, she would introduce you and your brothers right away.
Right away, yes.
And she'd even tell you when she was talking to someone she was interested in, right?
No.
And you recall that you spoke with an investigator serving from the Larimer County Sheriff's Office on February 16th of 2020, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, thank you. And you knew she was investigating your mother's whereabouts at that time?
Yes.
And she asked you a lot of questions about, your relationship with your mother?
Yes.
And at that time, I guess just to back up here for procedural purposes, it's your testimony today that she wouldn't tell you if she was just talking to somebody and talking to someone new or someone she was interested in, correct?
I'm sorry.
Yes. It's your testimony today that she wouldn't tell you if she was just talking to somebody or someone she was interested in.
Yes.
Okay. When you were speaking with Investigator Servine, you knew you were speaking with law enforcement,
Yes.
and you knew it was important to tell the truth,
Yes.
and you knew it was important to be accurate,
Yes.
and you were when you were speaking with her.
Yes.
And at that time, you told Investigator Servine, and I quote, "She usually tells me if she's talking to anybody, and she never really told me anybody else," correct?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, we're just doing it for the record here. And Miss Frank had not told you she was dating Mr. Sessions, correct?
I'm sorry?
Your mother didn't tell you that she was dating Mr. Sessions.
Yes, that's correct.
She didn't mention even having talked to him
Yes.
or met him.
Yes.
And as far as you knew, she wasn't dating anybody back in February of 2020.
Not that I know of.
So Mr. Eastman and your mom officially broke up in December of 2019
Yes.
on Christmas Eve.
I would say so, yes.
And so Mr. Eastman was supposed to come over for Christmas, correct?
Yes.
To spend it with your mom and your brothers.
Yes.
And ultimately, your mom told him not to come.
Yes.
And he respected that.
Yes.
He did bring over some Christmas gifts for you and your brothers,
He did, yes.
which he gave you outside by the car.
Yes.
He did not go inside the apartment.
Yes, he did come in. Yes.
But he gave you the gifts outside the car?
Yes.
And then left.
Yes.
And he was living elsewhere in Greeley at that time?
Yes.
And after they officially broke up in December of 2019, you believed he left Colorado
Yes.
and moved to Arizona,
Yes.
because that's what he was telling people,
Yes.
including you and your brothers.
Yes.
And he, in fact, sent you pictures of where he was going.
Yes.
And that was on January 5th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And your mom also was under the impression that Mr. Eastman had left the state.
Yes.
And on January 18th of 2020, your mom tried to have you help her get back in contact with Mr. Eastman.
Yes.
And the reason he was asking you for help was because, or she was asking you for help was because he had blocked her number
Yes.
and wouldn't answer her calls.
I'm sorry?
And wouldn't answer her calls.
Yes.
And blocked her on Facebook as well.
Yes.
She wasn't able to see his profile on Facebook.
Yes.
And so she reached out to you and indicated she was sad that he had blocked her.
Yes.
And you could still see Mr. Eastman's profile on Facebook.
Yes.
And Ms. Frank had you check his profile on her behalf
Yes.
to see if he was active,
Yes.
which you did.
Yes.
And when he didn't answer her calls, she asked you to try to get in contact with him for her,
Yes.
on her behalf. Yes?
Yes.
And even though she asked you to reach out to him because she missed him, you didn't do it.
No.
You didn't want to help her connect with him again,
Yes.
even though that's what she had wanted.
Yes.
So the messages that your mom sent you, you kept those messages?
I did.
And you permitted my investigator to photograph them?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that I'm showing the prosecution what has been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit YY1 and 2. Go ahead. I may approach.
Sure.
So I've handed you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit YY1 and 2. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What
Yes.
are those?
Text messages between me and my mom.
And are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the text conversation that you had with Ms. Frank on January 18th of 2020?
Yep. Yes.
And at this time, Judge, I'd move to admit Defense Exhibit YY1 and 2 into evidence and
Any
publish.
any objection?
No, Judge.
YY1 and 2 are admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, given how small the writing is, I would ask to have these passed around to the jury, please.
You can't just put it on the screen?
We can. I don't believe the jury will be able to read them. We can try.
You can try.
Not yet. Not yet. Oops. Not yet. You ready?
Okay, we'll pass it around.
If I may,
And I can try to blow them if I do. It won't let me get it any
That's fine.
bigger.
We'll pass it around. Perhaps if you can share in looking at them so the process will go a little bit faster. I think the top row hasn't seen both sets.
And Your Honor, should I retrieve the exhibits?
I'll have my staff do it.
And we could hand those to Ms. Schmidt.
Excuse me?
We could hand those to Ms. Schmidt. Thank you. So Mr. Eastman had moved out of their shared apartment before the official breakup in December, correct?
Yes.
And when he moved out, you and your mom went shopping for new furniture?
Yes.
And most of the furniture in the apartment had been Mr. Eastman's?
Yes.
And he took those pieces of furniture when he moved out?
Yes.
And the other household items that were his?
I believe so, yes.
And after the police released the apartment back to you and you were able to return there, you didn't notice anything missing from the apartment that should have been present, correct?
There was a lot of things, I guess, like out of the ordinary, you know. But
So,
can you re-ask that? I'm sorry.
yes. So when you went back to the apartment, I mean, obviously there was part of the carpet cut out, right? So
Right.
that was missing. But in terms of items or possessions of your mother's, household items, you didn't notice anything missing that should have been there, correct?
Not that I know of.
So I want to talk about when you went to go see Jazz with your mom. You last went on February 5th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And that was out to the Bear Saloon?
Yes, yeah,
And that was a Wednesday, correct?
yes.
And you went for the Wednesday night blues jam.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes,
Thank you. They were playing jazz music at that time,
yes,
a live band,
yes.
and there was a trumpet player in the band.
Not that I can recall.
So your testimony today is that there was not a trumpet player in the band?
Not saying that there wasn't, because the majority of the time I was there, I had to.
Sorry, because the majority.
Sorry.
That's okay, just say it again.
You can finish your sentence. The majority of what?
The majority of the time I was there, me and my friend had went to go and get pizza for my husband and my mom, but I had to stay behind.
Okay. So, again, your testimony today is you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So again, you spoke with Investigator Servine of the Larimer County Sheriff's Department on February 16th of 2020, correct?
Yes,
And again, events were much more fresh in your mind at that point.
yes,
It had only been, about 2 weeks, no more than 2 weeks since you had gone to the concert, correct?
yes,
And so your memory was better at that time.
yes,
And at that time, you told Investigator Servine, and I quote, "Yeah, there was somebody playing the trumpet," correct?
yes,
And so your mom didn't introduce you to the trumpet player.
no,
She didn't speak to the trumpet player.
no,
And you didn't get the sense that she knew him, correct?
no,
And she did speak to another member of the band, correct?
not that I can remember.
She spoke to the guitarist?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm not too sure.
And the guitarist was a regular at the diner where she worked, correct?
I don't want you to guess or speculate. If you don't know, let us know. If you do know, you're welcome to answer.
Okay, I don't know.
And again, I'm going to refer you back to when you spoke with Investigator Servine on February 16th of 2020. You spoke with her at that time, correct?
Yes,
And again, the events were much more fresh in your mind
yes,
and would be more accurate than your memory right now.
yes,
And at that time, Investigator Servine had asked you if your mom spoke to anybody in the band, and you said, and I quote, "The one person that she spoke to goes into her diner every day. He's like an older man, white beard, but he was playing the guitar," correct?
yes, yes,
And so you testified today that you left to get pizza for a lot of the time, correct?
yes,
Again, and so that's your testimony today.
yes,
And it's again been about almost 2.5 years since you went to that event. So
yes,
you went to that event. So when you were speaking about that event with Investigator Servine on February 16th of 2020, you told her, and when she asked you, did you stay with your mom the whole time? You said, and I quote, "Yes." Correct?
yes.
So I want to turn next to the first incident that you spoke about from the time where your mom said she was injured in a bar fight, okay? During that incident, the physical part between the two of them started because your mother pushed Mr. Eastman, correct?
No,
Again, you spoke with Investigator Servine on February 16th of 2020, right?
could you repeat the first question? I'm sorry.
Yes. Is that the physical part of that altercation started because your mother pushed Mr. Eastman?
In 2020?
No. I'm referring to the 2014 incident
Okay.
where your mother said she was injured initially in a bar fight.
Okay,
And so that incident, the physical part of that incident, began because your mother pushed Mr. Eastman.
I remember her trying to shut the door on him.
I'm sorry, I think that incident you're referring to is the one where you were also injured, is that right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the one before that involving her wrist.
Okay. I think.
Okay, now that we're oriented to that, sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to try that again. So that physical incident, the one where her neck was cut and her wrist was injured, that began because she pushed Mr. Eastman. And if you don't recall, you can say you don't recall.
I don't recall.
Okay. So you spoke about that incident when you were speaking with Investigator Servine on February 16th of 2020, correct?
Mhm.
Sorry, if you could say yes or no for the record,
Yes,
please.
sorry.
Thank you. And at that time, she asked you to describe what happened.
Yes.
And at that time, you told her, and I quote, she, referencing your mother, just said that he got really angry and then she pushed him, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. And that interview with Investigator Servine was recorded, correct?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd request to play a snippet of that interview.
Sure.
Judge, I'm going to object as to hearsay. If she wants to refresh his recollection with the report, I think that would be okay.
Your Honor, it's impeachment with a prior inconsistent statement.
Right, I'll overrule the objection.
My concern is that nobody's here to lay the foundation for that recording.
It's his statements?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection.
Your Honor, we're having...
Can you turn it on us? Oh, that's why. Okay.
He just said that he got really angry, and then she pushed him, and then he grabbed her, broke her wrist, and then...
Now I want to move on, Mr. McLaughlin, to the 2015 incident in which you were also injured. In that incident, alcohol was involved in that, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Eastman had been drinking.
Yes.
Your mom had been drinking too.
Yes.
Drinking so much that she wasn't all there when you were trying to talk to her afterwards.
Yes.
And after that incident, Mr. Eastman stopped drinking
Yes.
for about a year.
For about a year.
And he also immediately apologized to you after that incident.
Yes.
If I could have a moment, please.
Yes.
If I could have a moment to speak. Ms. Guthrie.
Once we finish with this witness, we'll take our morning break.
And Your Honor, I have one other area of inquiry that's beyond the scope of direct examination. However, Ms. Guthrie has indicated that she has no objection to me proceeding at this time to eliminate having to recall this witness.
That's fine, and she'll be allowed to cross-examine on those issues that are outside the scope of your direct.
Thank you. So after your mother's death, did you help pack up the apartment?
I did. Yes.
And we talked about how you didn't notice anything missing beyond what had been collected by law enforcement. I guess the follow-up question to that is, on April 8th of 2020, did you meet with Detective Porter to view some photographs?
Yes.
And what were those photographs of?
Burnt objects.
Okay. Were those items that were located in the burn pit?
I believe so, yes.
And were you asked to identify if any of the items had belonged to your mother?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any of the items as belonging to your mother?
No.
Was there a picture of what appeared to be keys that had been burned?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Was there a photograph that you viewed of keys that appeared to have been burnt?
Yes.
And did you recognize any of those individual keys that you were shown?
Not that I can recall.
Was there any key that was kind of a unique shape?
I don't recall.
Was there a picture of a pocket knife key?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did your mother have a pocket knife key on her key ring?
Not that I can remember, no.
And did you look at any pictures of burnt glasses?
Yes.
And did you identify those as belonging to your mother?
I don't believe I did.
Were the shape of the glasses in the picture that you saw the same as the shape of the glasses your mother typically wore?
I don't believe so.
And were
couldn't
you
really-
also?
oh.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I couldn't really tell because of the fact that they were burned pretty bad.
And were you shown a picture of a maroon glasses case?
Maroon?
Yes.
Yes.
And had that item been burned or not?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Did you recognize that case?
I don't remember.
What type of glasses cases did your mother have?
She had many. She had one that opened and closed, like folded, like this.
What
And,
color was that?
I believe that one. It's been a long time. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And then she had one that you could open up, just basically, and pull them out like that,
Okay. And did she have any soft cases? Like a more fabric instead of hard?
Yes, the one I was talking about, that one was soft.
Okay. And what color was that? Was it brown?
Like I said, she had multiple color ones. I'm not too sure.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Guthrie, any questions?
Yeah. Mr. McLaughlin, counsel was asking you about this interview that you had on February 16th of 2020. Had you heard from your mom on that date?
February 16th?
Yes.
No.
When were you actually notified that she was passed?
If I can remember correctly, I think it was I don't remember. I think it was the 15th or 16th? Or no. Like the day I was notified that she had passed?
Yes, the day that they notified you that or the day you had, did you have to go identify the body?
Oh, no, I didn't have to go identify
Okay, but you were notified,
that it was her.
yeah.
Yes.
And was that on the 16th or was that on a later date?
I believe it was on the 16th, I think.
When you were talking to counsel, she was asking you about this statement that you made about talking to somebody. Every time she talked to a male, did she call you up and tell you that she talked to a male?
No.
If she'd had one date with somebody, would she have called you and told you that she had one date with somebody?
No.
So when you say if she's talking to somebody new, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. When you say that she would tell you if she was talking to somebody new, what does that phrase mean to you?
That she's been probably dating them quite a number of times, and then she invites us over and we all get together and we actually meet him in person, like.
So talking to somebody isn't just one time.
Yeah. Yes.
And I want to ask you about, they asked you about the Facebook profile and you going to look for the Facebook profile.
Yes.
Did the defendant have the Facebook profile under Kevin Eastman or Kevin Quintana?
Could you re-ask that? I'm sorry.
Yes, his Facebook profile, the defendant's Facebook profile. Was that under the name Kevin Eastman or Kevin Quintana?
I don't remember. I believe it was Eastman.
Okay. And when was the last time that you were at your mother's apartment before you were notified that she had passed?
It would have been February 5th, the date that we went to the live band.
Okay.
But I never stepped foot inside. We just came to pick her up.
Okay. And counsel indicated to you that on the 2015 date that the defendant had apologized to you for assaulting you. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he ever apologize to your mother?
Not that I know of.
And in 2019, was he still laying hands on her?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Any recrossing?
No, you're right.
Any questions from the jury? So the court is going to respectfully decline the question, and you're welcome to step down.
Thank you.
May he be excused from his subpoena?
Judge, he is excused from the people's subpoena.
He can be excused from the defense as well.
Thank you. So you are excused. You're welcome to continue to watch the trial or not. It's up to you. Thank you. Why don't we take a break for about 15 minutes until the trial is completed. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial and do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. And we'll see you back here at about 10:40 or so. Let's all please rise for the jury. Welcome to be seated, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
It's part Nick's fault.
It is. I get blamed all the time for everything.
I have 8 more. It's okay. I mean, to be fair,
To be found.
please rise.
Morning, welcome to be seated. Let's see, it's 10:43. We're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Devereaux, any record you would like to make?
Judge, yes, as I told the court off the record, and just to be on the record, when I was coming back from either going to or from the restroom, I observed Juror 8 speaking with the gentleman in the back with or the victim advocate. I apologize, I only know her first name, I don't want to be rude. But I believe that's the next witness, and so my concern is Juror 8 is yet again talking to witnesses. I didn't observe the juror badges on them that we've requested previously, so I just simply requested the court have the jurors put the badges on. The only thing I heard or overheard, seemed to be a conversation about haircuts or the military. It didn't seem to be anything about the case. I'm not concerned about that. My request is just to make sure the jurors are identified and that witnesses are kept in the witness room until their testimony.
So my understanding from my judicial assistant is that jurors are wearing identifiable badges that they're jurors in this case. We can double check, but that's what she advised me moments ago. I would like to speak to the next witness to find out what conversation, if any, he had with juror number 8. It's probably a very prudent idea to not have witnesses just hanging out in the lobby where jurors may be roaming during breaks. Can I have the next witness come forward so I can ask him what, if anything, he did in speaking to one of the jurors? So if I can have you come to the witness stand here. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Can you tell me what your name is, please?
Stephen Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. And Mr. Vaughn, did you have a conversation with somebody in the lobby area of the courthouse?
Yes.
Was it more than one person or just one person?
One person.
And did you know them to be a juror?
I did not know initially.
When did you find out that this was a juror?
I basically just kind of made sense. I can explain, or do you want me to just answer your questions?
You could explain.
Okay, I was standing near the doors looking outside, and he asked me if I was a Marine. I said no, and he said it was due to my haircut. And then I asked him if he had served, and he said that he can't really talk. And then I kind of put together he was a juror, so we basically faced away from each other to avoid any issues.
Did you notice that he was wearing a badge?
I saw there was a lanyard on his neck, but I didn't
Make the connection that he was a juror?
I've seen a lot of people with lanyards, some law enforcement, other people with the courts, but initially I didn't think that he was a juror.
Okay. Mr. Wren, any questions?
No.
Ms. Devereaux?
The badge that he had around his neck, or the lanyard, were you able to read anything off the badge?
No, I just noticed the lanyard, and because it was so brief, I didn't stop to see if I could read the lanyard to see. I guess I just wasn't thinking, just because it was a haircut. I commented about a haircut. I wasn't thinking about that, but once we put it together and he made that comment about not being able to talk, then that's when I just didn't even bother looking at his lanyard after that to see or to confirm if he was a juror, because I didn't intend on talking to him anymore.
So my question is more of, so there was nothing on the badge that was like fluorescent bright green, big letters that said juror that readily identified him as a juror.
Not that I noticed,
Okay.
but I wasn't looking down at the badge, I just saw the lanyard.
Okay.
But I mean, there's so many lanyards that
Right. Okay, thank you.
it's just common.
Thank you. Mr. Wren, is there a way that you could come up with a plan with your victim advocate to avoid these unintentional or indirect contacts?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are you going to do for the record?
Ask the victim witness advocate to keep the prospective witnesses in the witness room until they're brought into the courtroom, at least as soon as she can identify that they're here. And ask the victim witness assistant to instruct them that jurors are wearing badges on lanyards and to try to avoid having any direct contact or conversation with anybody who is so identified.
Thank you. Ms. Devereaux, do you want to question juror number 8?
No,
Okay.
thank you though.
You're welcome. And so it sounds at this point the court's not going to take any further action based on what I'm hearing. And if the witness could stay where he is, since he's going to be the next witness, we'll call the jurors in and we'll get started. I will once again remind them before we get started about him. They should not be speaking to anybody, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I also recognize that it's difficult for jurors to know if somebody's a witness or not because they don't have a badge that says witness.
Please rise.
You're welcome to be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 10:51. Sorry for the delay. We had to take care of a legal issue regarding the admonition that I have to give now once again, which is as follows. That until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else, including witnesses. Somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. You should also not approach somebody if you're not sure if they're going to be a witness or not in this case. Okay, prosecution may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Officer Stephen Vaughn from the Greeley Police Department.
Thank you, Officer Vaughn. If you can please stand and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And if you can please introduce yourself to the jurors by stating your name and spelling your last name.
I'm Stephen Vaughn. Last name is spelled V-A-U-G-H-N.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Judge, I would just ask the court at this time to read the contemporaneous instruction.
Yes. So I'm going to read this instruction again. The evidence you are about to hear may be considered by you for the limited purpose of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude towards, and the lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the death in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are about to hear testimony that has been admitted for this limited purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or other acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decision in this case are limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Officer Vaughn, where do you currently work?
With the Greeley Police Department,
How long have you been employed by the Greeley Police Department?
15 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
Back on May 1st of 2015, were you dispatched to 2128 30th Street, number 1534?
Yes.
Was that in reference to an assault that had occurred?
Yes.
When you, was that also in reference to a man by the name of Kevin Eastman?
Yes.
Who else was present at that address when you arrived?
I initially talked to Alex McLaughlin, and then after that I spoke to Heather Frank.
When you spoke to Alec McLaughlin, when you initially spoke with him, what was his demeanor like?
He seemed upset.
And then did you go and speak to Miss Frank?
I did.
And what was her demeanor like?
She was also upset, and she was crying.
Was she hesitant to speak with you?
She didn't seem hesitant to speak to me, but she was very hesitant to basically answer questions.
When you spoke with her, did you notice anything unusual about her neck?
I did.
Tell the jury what you noticed.
There was a large scar on the front of her neck, the throat area.
When you spoke with Alex McLaughlin, did you notice any injuries on him?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I didn't see anything, but he said he was hit on his...
Your Honor, hearsay.
Without telling us
So,
what.
For the record, I'll sustain the objection.
Can you tell the jury where?
I didn't see anything, but I felt 2 large lumps on his scalp.
Did you notice any injuries on Miss Frank,
I did not.
other than that scar thing that you noted?
Correct.
Did you speak with the defendant?
I did.
What did he tell you?
I asked him about an altercation that happened at the apartment, and he told me that things were heated. I asked him if it was physical, and he told me he was not going to deny that it was physical. And then he had also told me that anything that Heather Frank had said was basically correct. And that he didn't believe that she would corroborate or cooperate with the police about any kind of assault claims.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you were observing Miss Frank's neck due to the reported physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
Examining her body for injuries.
Yes.
And you didn't photograph any parts of her body,
Correct.
including her neck,
Correct.
including the scar you said that you saw.
Correct.
You didn't document in your report the length of the scar,
Correct.
the width,
Correct.
the overall size.
That's correct.
And that evening, Miss Frank had been drinking
Yes.
prior to that incident,
That is what she said.
and she admitted to having 3 beers.
Yes.
Objection, Judge. Hearsay.
Your Honor, it was within the scope of the offer of proof.
Not on 807 that was requested, so the court will sustain the objection.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly. Did you notice any indicia of alcohol on the defendant that night?
In the defendant?
Yes.
Yes.
And I don't have any further questions. Thank
Any
you.
questions from the jury? Thank you, Officer Vaughn. We appreciate your time. And may he be excused from his subpoena, Ms.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. Ms. Morris?
He's not under our subpoena.
Great. Thank you for your time. Next witness, please.
The people would call Anthony Velardi to the stand.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you in as a witness. Is that okay?
Yes.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
I'm Anthony Velardi, V as in Victor, E-L-A-R-D-E.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Judge, I would ask the court to give the contemporaneous instruction.
Sure. So as it relates to this witness as well, the evidence you are about to hear may be considered for you for the limited purpose of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude towards and lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the deaths in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are about to hear a testimony that has been admitted for this limited purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decisions in this case are limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Mr. Velardi, can you first tell the jury, how do you know Heather Frank?
Through mutual friends, and she worked at Doug's Diner. So I'd go there with my kids, friends, family, so yeah.
How long did you know her?
I would say a couple years.
Are you a convicted felon?
Yes.
So back in March of 2018, did you accept responsibility and plead guilty to attempt to commit stalking in 17 CR 1940?
I did.
Back in 2019, did you have some communications with Heather Frank about someone named Kevin Eastman?
I did, but he had a different name then.
And what was that name?
I think it was Cantana or something.
What did she tell you about the defendant?
She'd been trying to get away from him because he was abusive. Just, kind of, I don't know, like it wasn't a good situation for her. So she was just trying to get out of the relationship, but didn't know how.
Did she ever contact you by text?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell the jury about the time frame of that contact, if you can remember?
The date or?
Around the date.
I don't recollect the date because it was kind of like sporadic.
Okay.
Sometimes she would text back and forth, and then she'd go silent for a while, then text back.
And was that on like text on cell phone, or was that Facebook Messenger?
Both.
Both, with
Yes.
you?
Yes.
Were you Facebook friends?
Yes.
So when she reached out to you, tell the jury about the context of that reach out.
Just, kind of normal chit chat at the beginning, and then she would go into how she was trying to get away from Kevin, but didn't really know how. At that time, she was kind of in fear for her safety because he was very volatile in their relationship.
Did she actually contact you to pick her up?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
So she contacted me one day because she couldn't drive because she had an interlock on her car. She'd been drinking. Somehow they got in an argument or whatever. She asked if I could come to Greeley, to her apartment, to pick her up. I said, sure. Bring her back to Loveland, to family there. I said, okay. I went and picked her up. I was texting her, I'm here. No response. I'm like, here, are you coming out or what are we doing? No response, so I just left. Not more than maybe half hour to an hour later, I get a text from Mr. Eastman.
And when you say you got a text, did you get a text or was it through
Facebook.
Through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And that Facebook Messenger account, what was that account under?
I think it was under Quintana.
Okay. And when you got that Facebook Messenger from him, first of all, was it one or more messages?
It was several messages.
And can you tell the jury what those messages said?
The messages pretty much said that he was married to Mrs. Frank, to leave her alone, or he was going to, can I say it?
Yes.
He was going to fucking kill me. He was going to stab me in the face, in the neck. He was a roughneck. He worked in the oil field, blah, blah, blah. And I was texting him back and forth, and I was like, whatever, you guys have your own issues. But that's when I blocked him because I didn't know what the next step would be. And that was it.
So when you received these messages, you said that he said, and I want you to be specific. Do you remember doing an interview in this case on February, I think it's February 20th of 2020. I just want to make sure. Oh, no, it was February 25th, I believe, of 2020. Do you remember that?
Over the phone or?
Yes, over the phone, talking with the officer.
The detective?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to Deputy Fick at that time, do you remember telling her that the defendant had stated, yeah, come back here and I'll kill you, I'm a roughneck?
Yes.
And that he also said, I'll kill you, that's my wife.
Correct.
And then he said, I'll stab you in the face with a screwdriver.
Correct.
And no one will find your body.
Correct.
And that's the sum total of that interaction with him, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you said that you blocked him, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And that happened within the prior year. So from February 5th to 2020, it would have been within 12 months of that date.
Yes, because we kind of cut off all contact.
Okay.
Heather and I, because I didn't want to be a part of that. I was going through my own things, and I was just like, this is toxic.
Right.
So I was like, whatever, you guys, obviously, if you go back and forth with this person, then that's between them,
Right.
Because I never knew she had him, because she never talked about it. She never talked who she was. She said, like, if they're, I didn't know they were married when
Right.
he said they were married. What she did say is that he would show up at the Doug's Diner quite often, unannounced. So that's where it kind of started, and she was in fear because she could never get away from him. He was always kind of lurking in the background, And that's what she said.
All right. If I could have a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you talked about how you met Ms. Frank through Doug's and mutual friends, correct?
Correct.
You actually first met her when you went to high school with her.
No, high school friends.
Okay, but you met her a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay, and then reconnected with
Correct.
her. And if you could just wait till I finish asking the question before you answer, just to help out Ms. Schmidt
Oh,
here.
sorry.
Thank you. And you subsequently reconnected with her online
Correct.
through Facebook,
Yes.
and also, you know, when you would see her at Doug's Diner.
Correct.
You also had talked to her about getting together for drinks.
Yes.
That never ended up panning out, though?
No, because she had an interlock in her car.
Okay. And during the time that you were talking with Ms. Frank, you know, she didn't talk with you a lot about Mr. Eastman, but you were aware that she was in an on and off again relationship with him.
Yes, mostly off, she said.
Okay. She told you mostly off.
Yes.
Now, this time where she texted you to come pick her up, when you got to her house and she didn't come out or respond to your message, you just left.
Correct.
You didn't go to the door?
No.
You didn't call the police?
No, because I didn't think of, you know, I didn't know who was there, I guess. You know, she said to come and get her, but
Okay.
that was it.
So you didn't talk with Ms. Frank very frequently,
No, just here and there, and then, yeah.
and you weren't super close with her?
Not like best friends, no.
Okay. You hadn't been to her residence before?
No.
She had to give you her address in order for you to come pick her up?
Correct.
When you got the message from Ms. Frank claiming that Mr. Eastman wouldn't let her leave, you didn't call police to have her check on her welfare?
Well, no, she didn't, he wasn't there. She didn't say that. She said, can you come and pick me up? Because she couldn't drive her car
Okay.
because she had the interlock. I don't know what was going on with her situation then.
Okay.
You know, she said that she just needed a ride, and I said, sure.
Okay. So she didn't make any indication to you that she was in physical danger?
Correct, she did not.
She didn't claim that he had hit her,
No,
had hurt her,
no.
and had she, you certainly would have called the police.
Well, yeah.
And when you got the messages from Mr. Eastman subsequently on Facebook, you also didn't call police.
No,
You didn't take the threat seriously.
no.
You didn't think you were in any actual danger.
No, because I don't even know the guy.
Right.
So I just thought, you know, an angry boyfriend, whatever, you know. So I was just like, I kind of just brushed it off because I was like, you know,
You just assumed it was an angry boyfriend message.
yeah,
Kind of like the online equivalent of what a guy might say when someone, you know, hits on their girlfriend at a bar.
pretty much, yeah.
And you've never met Mr. Eastman.
No,
As you said, you don't know him at all.
have no, this is the first time I've ever seen him.
Okay.
Besides when it came on the news,
Okay.
and I put two and two together because of his Facebook thing, but his
So-
name was different. And I was
Okay.
like, so it kind of was alarming to me that he was going under a different
Here.
name on Facebook, and then, yeah.
Okay. But you don't know whether Miss Frank had told him that she was talking to other men online.
I don't.
And you testified today to what your memory today was of the messages that you recalled receiving.
Yes,
And I think you directly said, you know, blah, blah at some point, right? Today?
yes,
Okay, because so it's just kind of a a summary of your recollection.
It was just like more of a rant, like he reiterated that he wanted to kill me.
Okay. And when you were speaking with the detective over the phone, it was also something where you were relying on your memory of those messages as opposed to having the actual messages in front of you.
Correct, because to this date, I still remember those messages and him lashing out saying that he's going to stab me in the face and kill me. So I have 2 children, so that's huge to me, and I wouldn't forget that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So again, my question was, you were relying on your memory and
Yes.
not the actual messages in front of you.
Yes.
And you still don't have those messages any longer.
No.
Because when you blocked him, you didn't have access to those.
Correct.
And when you, again, this was in probably June or July of 2019.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you first spoke with the investigators, several months had passed from the time you received these messages to when you related the contents to the investigators.
Right.
Okay, so you were relying on several months of memory at that point,
Correct.
and almost 2.5 years of memory at this point. 3 years.
Correct.
And you're not claiming to remember each of those messages verbatim.
Well, it was pretty much just what I said.
And I understand what you said, but you don't remember every single word.
I mean, well, yeah, because I mean, that's what he was saying.
Now, they talked with you a little bit on direct examination about how you were a convicted felon, and they talked about you being convicted of attempted stalking, correct?
Correct.
That's not your only felony conviction, correct?
No.
You have 3 additional felony convictions.
No. Fraud by check?
Yes.
Yes. And
I'll ask you some questions about those,
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
So you were convicted of fraud by check, a no or closed account in Larimer County in 2003, correct?
correct.
You were also convicted of attempted theft, a felony in Larimer County in 1997, correct?
Correct. That was tied together with
They were separate felony convictions, correct?
but one felony.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the certified record of conviction?
Sure.
Well, I guess before we get there, I will try to do it this way. In the fraud by check, that was in case number 1995 CR 712 in Larimer County, is that accurate?
Yes.
And then in the separate case, 95 CR 188, that's the Weld County case, attempted theft, correct?
Yes.
And then in your fourth conviction was theft of more than $400 but less than $15,000 in case number 95 CR 1400. It's a Larimer County case, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May he be discharged from his subpoena, Ms. Guthrie.
Yes, he can.
Ms. Morris, is he under subpoena from you?
He's not.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Appreciate your time. Next witness, please.
People call Angela Lesperance to the stand.
Good morning. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. Is that okay? Please have you raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Angela Lesperance, and my last name is spelled Lesperance.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could request that the court give the contemporaneous instruction, please.
Sure. So as relates to this witness as well, the evidence you are about to hear may be considered by you for the limited purposes of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude towards and lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the deaths in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are about to hear testimony that has been admitted for this limited purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decisions in this case are limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, ma'am. What do you do for a living?
I'm a cosmetologist. I do hair and skin.
Okay, and do you have your own shop?
I work at a shop, so I have my own booth rent, yes.
Okay, where's that shop?
That shop is on, the one that, do you want the one I currently work at, or you want the one that I was working at when Heather used to come to me?
The former, in other words.
The former one. I worked at Spectrum Salon, and it's off of Lincoln Avenue in downtown Loveland.
Okay. Did Heather frequent your shop in Loveland at that time?
Yes.
And was she a client of yours?
Yes.
And was she also a friend?
Yes.
How long did you know Heather before her death?
About 3 years.
How often did Heather have hair appointments with you?
About every 2 months.
Okay. I want to take you back to the fall of 2019. Do you recall an appointment with Heather in that September of 2019 timeframe?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It was September 9th was the date of her appointment.
And how is it that you know the exact date at this point?
I have her text message is the same date. It's in my appointment book as well.
Okay. And during that September of 2019 appointment with Heather, did you notice anything unusual about her hair?
Yes.
What did you see?
She had a bald spot about the diameter of a golf ball on the top of her head, where she said Kevin had yanked her hair out, pulled her by her hair.
Okay. And when you were working on her hair, did that bald spot appear to be tender still at that point?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because whenever I was combing her hair to do her color, she was like, it's really tender right there, be careful.
All right. Did you notice anything else on her neck or head or?
Yes, she had marks on her neck and a bruise on her arm. I want to say it was probably her right arm.
Okay. Can you describe the bruising on her neck that you saw at that time?
Yes, because when I put the cape on, she had marks on her neck here, like a hand mark.
And for the record, you're taking your right hand and you were applying pressure to the right side of your neck with your thumb and fingers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe the bruise in any more detail?
It was just red and bruised here, but it looked like it had been there for a few days.
701, 702, and 602. Sorry, objection 701, 702, and 602.
So you could certainly, I'll sustain the objection, you can certainly talk about what you observe, but not what your opinion is about the age of the bruising.
Okay. So can you talk about the coloring or whether it appeared to be bright or faint?
It appeared to be more of a purplish color.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And did she indicate whether or not the marks on her neck were still painful?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said her neck still hurt, because when I went to shampoo her, she just said her neck hurt. And then when I was moving the cape, and I would move her head to do the foils, she said her neck was sore and it hurt.
Did she tell you how she had received the injuries to her neck?
Yes, she said that was Kevin as well.
Okay. And did she tell you in any more detail about what he had done to her neck?
No, she said that Kevin had grabbed her by her hair and yanked her around and they were fighting.
Okay.
That he got physical with her.
Do you recall being interviewed by police and telling police that she told you that he had strangled her?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything unusual about Heather's voice during that appointment?
Yes, she was more raspy than normal.
Okay. And generally, what was her demeanor?
Her demeanor was very upbeat, very happy. She was normally very talkative, and at this appointment, she was very withdrawn, very sad.
Okay.
She didn't talk as much. She was definitely withdrawn.
After seeing these injuries and hearing what had caused them, did you make her an offer?
Yes, I did.
What did you offer?
I told her, I said, if you need help, you can come and stay with me. Kevin doesn't know where you're at. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know anything about me.
What was her response to that offer?
She said, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will reach out if I need you. Did Heather otherwise, outside of that appointment, talk about the status of her relationship with Kevin over time? She just said at times he was difficult. Yeah, she said just like any relationship, we talked a lot, so she mainly talked about her boys, but she also, she said that they fought and that it could be difficult at times.
Do you recall being interviewed by police and telling them that Heather told you that Kevin was constantly second-guessing wherever she was?
Yes.
And do you recall telling police that Heather told you that when he drank, he was not nice?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also describe good things in her life, though?
Yes.
What was that?
Her children, her relationship with her mom, mainly her kids, enjoyed that. She said a lot of times her and Kevin would have fun together.
Okay.
But the fighting was hard.
And you said that her hair appointments were every 2 months, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. I want to move forward to that November appointment of 2019. Do you recall that appointment?
Yes, it was, I believe it was on November 7th, or November 2nd, I'm sorry, November 2nd. And she was a little bit better, and her bald spot was growing hair.
Okay.
She was talkative.
Okay. And did you meet with her also on December, or was it just November?
November was just a touch-up on her hair, and that was for a haircut. And then in December, on the December 20th, I had another hair appointment with her, and that was the last time I seen her, yes.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Heather on December 20th of 2019 about Kevin and their relationship?
Yes, I did. I asked her how things were going, and she said, she just thought that they were better off as friends, and she was trying to be as friend as she could with him, but definitely needed space.
Okay. Do you recall telling police with respect to that December 20th appointment that Heather said that he was still around, but they weren't together?
Yes.
And that he still comes around and bothers me all the time?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
Good morning. So you had known Ms. Frank for about 3 years, you said?
Correct.
And your primary relationship with her was as her hairdresser?
Correct.
And as a result, you saw her every couple of months?
Yes.
For a few hours?
Yeah, 3 hours at a time usually, if not longer.
Because you usually did a cut and a color?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, if you could say yes or no just for
Yes.
the record, thank you. And you'd also run into her occasionally at Doug's Day Diner?
Yes, I went to visit her there often. It's right down the street.
It's near your salon?
Yes.
All right. And when you would pop in there, she'd usually be working?
Yes.
And you weren't meeting her for breakfast or anything, right?
No.
Just, saying hi as you popped in for something for yourself.
Yes, and I would take her hair product if she needed it.
Okay. You didn't socialize with Miss Frank outside the salon or Doug's?
No, she invited me to a few things, but I wasn't able to attend.
Okay. And you didn't speak with her regularly unless it was related to her appointments?
Yes.
When Miss Frank and Mr. Eastman were dating when you started doing her hair, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And during the 3 years that you were doing her hair, you'd only met Mr. Eastman on maybe 2 occasions?
Yeah, 2 occasions he stopped in the salon.
To drop her off?
He dropped her off and then he sat there for an hour one time, and then another time he came back and sat about an hour, hour and a half.
But he had left to go run some errands?
Yes.
But it was not a regular occurrence for him to attend her appointments?
No.
Only twice in 3 years?
Yes.
And your testimony today is, based solely on what Ms. Frank had told you about the relationship?
Yes, but I did see the physical abuse on her head, yes.
And Ms. Frank didn't usually talk with you about Mr. Eastman?
No, she did always talk to me about him.
But not about the nature of their relationship?
No, she did. Yes, she did.
Okay. The only time that she talked about what was the abuse she said was going on in a relationship was that appointment in September of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And during the times that you saw Mr. Eastman in person, those 2 times, fair to say you didn't discuss their relationship with him?
Can you repeat that?
So during the 2 times that you had seen Mr. Eastman, is it fair to say that you didn't discuss with Mr. Eastman, Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman's relationship?
I wouldn't say we didn't discuss it. They would tell me what they were doing as a couple or going out and stuff. So they would discuss what they were doing. But no, I didn't discuss in detail their relationship, no.
You didn't discuss, any conflicts or altercations they had had?
No.
And you never heard his account of what happened during any conflicts in their relationship?
No.
Or what precipitated them?
No.
And apart from the incident where Ms. Frank claimed that he had pulled out her hair and choked her, Ms. Frank never told you about any other specific incidents of alleged abuse?
No.
And she never told you about any other injuries she claimed were at Mr. Eastman's hands?
No.
So you testified that in that September of 2019 appointment, Ms. Frank had a bald spot on her head?
Yes.
And that was completely bald?
Yes.
Okay. And it had started growing back by the time you saw her in December?
Yes.
On December 20th?
Yes. Specifically at that appointment, I had asked her when I saw the bald spot, if I was like, oh my goodness, what's going on right here? Are you having some hair loss? Are you having some issues?
Objection, non-responsive.
So let's just answer the question she's asking you, okay?
So at that appointment in December, it had grown in some, correct?
Yes.
And it had not fully grown back in?
Well, she had hair there, but it was short.
Okay. How short?
Probably half an inch.
Okay. So it was a half an inch to inch long on December 20th?
Yes.
And after, Ms. Frank had indicated to you that Mr. Eastman had moved out of their shared residence?
Yes.
And you had asked her if they were still dating?
Yes.
And she indicated they don't do good together living together, right?
Right.
But it was your impression that despite the fact that he had moved out, that they were still dating at that time?
No.
In the fall, so September of 2019?
No, she didn't say they were still dating. She just said they weren't together and that they weren't living together.
She said they weren't living together?
Correct.
If I could have a moment.
Sure.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly. Ma'am, you just told Ms. Morris that there was a time when Heather invited you to do something outside of the salon, is that correct?
Yes.
What did she invite you to do?
On her December 20th appointment, she invited me to go and watch a jazz band with her here in Greeley. She said that I would really like it, that it was really good music, the movers and the shakers.
No further questions, thank you.
Any recross on that very limited issue?
Yes. When Ms. Frank talked with you about the band Movers and the Shakers, she didn't single out any one of the band members?
No,
She didn't indicate that she had any sort of knowledge or personal relationship with any of the band members?
no,
And she never mentioned she was dating anyone after she and Mr. Eastman broke up?
no.
No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Okay, thank you. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May she be discharged from her subpoena, Mr. Wren?
She may.
Is she under subpoena from the defense?
She's not.
Okay, thank you for your time. Next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, we went a little faster than we anticipated, so we...
Is that a compliment?
Yes, sure. And so at this time, our witness isn't scheduled to arrive until after the lunch hour.
Okay, so let's do this. Sometimes it's hard to schedule people because we really don't know how quickly or slowly the witnesses are going to be. And so why don't we agree to get started up again? How's 1 o'clock? Is that enough? That gives you an hour and 25 minutes for lunch? Everybody okay with that, 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you at 1 o'clock today. I want to give you an admonition.
Judge, we had told our next witness 1:15. We can try to bump it up, but if we want to just kick it back to 1:15.
That's fine. 1:15 is fine. We'll give you a little bit extra time for lunch. So we'll see you back at 1:15. I want to instruct you until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or witnesses, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you, please do not discuss this trial with them. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Finally, it's especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. I know that you've been provided with those lanyards that in bold capital letters, I believe, it says juror with the state seal on it. Please keep those on even if you're kind of going off campus so that people can recognize you as a juror to avoid speaking to you. And I would encourage you not to speak to anybody if you're not sure whether they're a witness or not. Okay, have a wonderful lunch. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Would the parties like me to have a picture taken of the lanyards that the jurors have been wearing for the record?
Yes, please.
So,
I would just ask that it be color if possible.
yep, I'm not sure. We'll figure out a way to get a picture of it and download it into our paperless system. But I also described it for the record, and all the jurors have been wearing it today, and I believe throughout the trial since I ordered it. Okay, have a nice lunch.
Just so you can
We have 4 scheduled for the afternoon, so we did 4 this morning. So are you worried about not finishing something?
My own.
Yeah, I mean, if, you said you think you have 2+ hours?
It's hard to say with her. It could shorten an hour.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, my friends, as long as you can be in a sex setting, you know, it's just different. That gets like here. So, let's say we put it in the middle and do an hour and a half or two. I think
You do too, but
So if we get her on that.
Yeah, I can see.
I won't bump her up in the list. I mean, now that we have 404B in, I think we can. We'll have 404B witnesses after her now as a result, but we can bump her up to make sure she
Close your eyes.
Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Hope you had a nice lunch hour. Prosecution may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Allison Nolby to stand.
Good afternoon. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness, okay? If I can please have you raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone if you like. And once you're comfortable and settled in, if you can please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Allison Nolby, Nolby.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, ma'am. First of all, Your Honor, if I could have you read the contemporaneous instruction for this witness as well, please.
Sure. As it relates to this witness as well, the evidence you are about to hear may be considered by you for the limited purposes of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude toward and lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the deaths in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are about to hear testimony that has been admitted for this limited purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. Claims of other crimes, wrongs, or acts are not admissible to prove the character of a defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity with such other bad acts. Your decision in this case are limited to whether or not the prosecution has overcome the presumption of innocence to prove the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not base any verdicts in this case on your assessment of the defendant's character or propensity. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you know Heather Frank?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was a friend of mine for about 20 years and also an employee of mine.
Okay. And we have heard that she worked at Doug's Day Diner in Loveland, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you the owner or manager of that facility?
Yes.
And when did Heather start working for you there?
I would say about 2015.
Okay. And since you said you've known her for 20 years, obviously your friendship precedes her employment for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going back to the time of Heather's death in early 2020, what was her work schedule?
Sunday through Wednesdays.
Sunday through Wednesday?
I'm sorry. If you
Sorry,
can-
our work weeks are different.
Yep, when you say it's difficult for the court reporter to know whether you're saying yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
And what time were the shifts?
In the beginning, when she first worked for me, it was a little different. The last 3 years of her employment, 2 years of her employment, she was my manager. So therefore, her hours changed, and it was from about 5:20 a.m. to the last employee, till the dishwasher left. So it changed, but usually at about 4 p.m.
Okay. And that was her schedule roughly in January and February of 2020?
Yes.
Would you characterize her as a reliable employee?
Yes.
Okay. Was she good about letting you know if she wasn't going to be making it into work that day?
Always.
And did that happen very often?
No.
How was it that she let you know if she wasn't going to be able to make it in?
She'd call.
Did you know of her relationship with Kevin Eastman?
I did, yes.
Did you talk to her about her relationship with Kevin Eastman in the weeks leading up to her death in February of 2020?
Yes.
What did she tell you about the status of that relationship at that time?
They were not together.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when she told you that?
It was around the holidays, so late December, early January.
And did she tell you anything more or other than simply they weren't together?
She expressed to me that he was moving.
Okay. Did she say where?
Arizona, I believe.
Okay. Had she previously made any statements to you regarding whether or not Kevin Eastman had ever been physical with her?
Yes.
What did she tell you in that regard?
It was difficult for her and I because not only were we friends, but when she became my manager, I was also her boss. And she knew that I was not a fan of Kevin and her relationship. She had expressed to me in the past, over the years, that they had a very unhealthy relationship, as I would call it. It was very up and down. She would express to me that when they were drinking together, they didn't always get along.
Okay. And did some of those episodes of not getting along result in some physicality?
Yes.
What did she tell you in that respect?
That when they were drinking, when they would start arguing, he would put his hands on her and get physical.
Did she ever tell you whether or not she wanted to break up with him?
Yes.
And what did she tell you were her hesitations in that respect?
I had expressed to her, and multiple times when she would inform me that she wanted to leave Kevin, and I would ask her on multiple occasions why she stayed in that relationship. She expressed to me that she loved the idea of Kevin. She loved the idea of being with him when times were good and when times were bad, and even when times were good, when she would think about leaving him, she was scared.
What was she scared of?
That he would stop her if she tried to leave.
And did she explain what she meant by stop her?
Yes, she was afraid that he would.
Objection. Your Honor, if we may have Bluetooth.
Yes. What is the objection? So the next question Mr. Wren's going to ask you requires either a yes or no answer, okay?
Yes.
Ms. Nolby, do you recall Heather telling you that when she wanted to break up with the defendant, she was worried about doing so because she was concerned that he wouldn't take it well and it would be dangerous for her?
Yes.
Did Heather Frank ever make any statements to you in regards to whether or not the defendant was jealous?
Yes.
What did he say? Or excuse me, what did she say about his jealousy?
That he always needed to know where she was going, who she was going with, and that he would screen her phone calls.
Were there any times where you observed Heather Frank coming into work with visible injuries?
Yes.
What did you see?
Multiple occasions she would come in, she'd have bruises on her arm, on her wrists, her neck. There was one occasion She had came into work with a sling on her arm. I had asked her what happened.
I'll sustain the objection. To the jury's to disregard that last statement.
Did you ever observe her to make efforts to hide the bruises that you observed?
Yes.
How so?
Makeup, clothing,
What do you mean by clothing?
sweaters that would cover her arms, that would have a higher collar, or she would wear like a collared button-down shirt with the collar popped up.
Okay. I want to turn to a specific date, Sunday, February 9th of 2020. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was Heather supposed to work on that morning?
Yes.
What time was she supposed to arrive?
5:20. Ooh, it was a Sunday, so 6:20. We don't open till 7 on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay. And just for clarification, is Doug's only open for breakfast and lunch?
Yes.
Okay. And so she was supposed to arrive at work at 6:20 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Did she arrive on Sunday morning, February 9th of 2010? Excuse me, 2020?
No.
Okay. Had she alerted you to the fact that she would not be arriving that day?
No.
When did you hear from Heather?
I didn't.
Did she text you early Sunday morning to say that she was sick?
I may be getting my dates confused.
Okay. Do you recall talking to police officers about Heather and her schedule and when she worked in February of 2020?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Would it assist you to refresh your memory by looking at text messages between you and Heather on February 9th of 2020?
Yes.
Reference, if I could direct your attention to the second or bottom text message on that document. And just tell me if your memory is refreshed as to what communication you had with Heather in the early morning hours of Sunday, February 9th of 2020.
Yes.
Okay.
February 9th.
I would object and ask her to turn that over if she's doing the refreshing recollection.
So the purpose of that is to refresh your memory. Has your memory been refreshed, or do you need that for guidance?
No, I don't need this.
Okay, thank you.
Do you now recall whether or not you had any communication with Heather on the morning of Sunday, February 9th of 2020?
Yes, that was the day she called in sick.
Okay. Did she call or text or communicate some other way?
Text.
And what did the text say?
That she wouldn't be in and that she wasn't feeling well.
All right. And do you recall approximately what time she texted you that information?
I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the text message itself?
Around 3 a.m.
Okay. All right, if I could retrieve that. Thank you. Did she elaborate any more on why she wouldn't be coming to work that morning?
No.
Do you recall her saying specifically, not saying, but texting, I've been up all night throwing up, I'm not making it into work today?
Yes.
Okay. And you simply responded with, feel better.
I did.
Did you have any more, did you have a phone conversation that followed that text that morning?
No.
Okay. When was the next time you saw or heard from Heather?
Later on that Sunday. So later on that day, I needed to make sure to see if she would be in the following day, that Monday.
Because she was your morning manager, correct?
Correct.
And did you talk to her later that day
I did.
about whether or not she was going to be coming in on Monday the 10th?
Yes.
And what was the substance of that conversation?
I asked her if she was going to be coming in and how she was feeling, or if I needed to get her shift covered, or if I needed to cover her shift.
And what was the answer?
That she would be there.
Okay. And did she show up on the morning of Monday, February 10th?
She did.
Can you describe what she looked like or her condition on that morning?
I was there when she got there. The best way I could say it is she looked rough.
What do you mean by that?
Anybody who knew Frank, sorry, I call her Frank, anybody who knew Heather, she was usually very well put together. What I mean by that is makeup, clothing. She would come in ready to work. That morning, she had no makeup on. She looked like she had been crying. I took it as she was sick. She was throwing up. Who looks well when they were sick the following day?
Going back to her communication in the early morning hours, that 3 a.m. text that you got, was it odd to, was that communication odd to you in some way?
Yes.
Why?
If she wasn't going to be making it in, she'd usually call.
And she only texted on the morning of the 9th?
Yes.
When you got her text, did you try to follow up with a phone call to get more information or clarification prior to your calls later that night?
I did not, no.
All right, so she showed up for work on Monday the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And was she scheduled to continue working through Wednesday of that week?
Yes, I also believe she may have worked Thursday that week. She was picking up a shift for someone else.
Okay. And did she show up for the remainder of her shifts that week?
She did.
Okay. Through Thursday?
I believe so.
And how did she seem to you the rest of that week after she looked rough on Monday?
Like she still didn't feel well.
Was she also scheduled to work the following Sunday, Sunday the 16th of 2020?
Yes.
And that would essentially would have been her first day or Monday of the week, so to speak?
Yes.
Did she show up for work on Sunday, February 16th?
No.
Did she call or text to alert you that she would not be coming?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Heather Frank?
No.
Okay. As you said you were the owner of that establishment, is that correct?
Yes.
As the owner, and you're also an on-site manager, you work there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the record-keeping system that documents employee hours and pay?
Of course. Yes.
And are you a custodian of those records?
Yes.
And are those records kept in the regular course of business for Doug's Day Diner?
Yes.
And are they made and kept in the at or near the time that people work specific shifts?
Yes, they clock in and out.
Okay. And that's how you keep records for purposes of issuing pay.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This building, I'm showing you what's been marked for identifications, People's Exhibit 215. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
That is I have a new computer system now, but yes, that is what I use to do my payroll and all other documents. That is her clock in and out status.
Essentially, is that a document that shows when she worked and what she was paid, specifically the shifts that she worked the week that we've been discussing of, and
Yes.
what days are documented on that?
Her last shift was documented as February 13th, 2020 at 5:32 a.m. and it looks like she clocked out at 3:27 p.m.
And was that the last time you saw Heather Frank?
It is.
People would offer Exhibit 215 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
215 is admitted.
Thank you. If I could have just a moment. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. So you're the owner of Doug's Day Diner,
Yes,
and that's in Loveland, correct?
it is.
And your restaurant is one restaurant in a larger set of franchises.
It's not a franchise.
Okay.
I'm an individual store,
Okay.
but yes,
But there are
others.
other-
Yes, ma'am.
Other locations?
Yes.
Thank you, including one in Greeley.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And Ms. Frank only worked at your Loveland location, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Ms. Frank only worked at the Loveland location?
Yes.
Your restaurant.
Yes.
And so as the owner, you were Ms. Frank's boss,
Yes.
and she was a manager,
Yes.
and she had a steady schedule working for you.
Yes.
She was scheduled for a consistent number of hours each week.
Yes.
We heard about the hours, typically 5:20 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Around that.
approximately.
Yes.
So, 10, 11-hour day.
Give or take, yes.
Okay.
Depending on business.
And she typically worked 4 days a week,
Yes.
Sunday through Wednesday.
Yes.
And she had the option of picking up extra shifts if needed.
Or if I needed, yes.
The option or the obligation, I guess we should say.
Yes.
And she sometimes did.
Yes.
And she was picking up Thursdays shortly before her death.
Yes.
And she worked that February 13th, which was a Thursday, correct?
Yes.
So I want to talk about Mr. Eastman for a minute. You testified in direct you weren't a fan of him. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't like him from the beginning.
Yes.
And Ms. Frank was well aware of your opinion about him?
For the most part, yes.
Well, you remember speaking with an investigator, Servine, from the Larimer County Sheriff's Department on February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
And she was there talking to you, investigating Ms. Frank's whereabouts at that time?
Yes.
And you knew that she was a member of law enforcement?
Yes.
And that she was there trying to assist in finding Ms. Frank?
Yes.
And that it was important to be accurate when speaking with her
Yes.
and honest?
Yes.
And you were?
Yes.
And at that time, you said, and I quote, "Like I said, she knows my opinion."
Yes, I
Correct?
did.
And you didn't shy away from telling Ms. Frank how you felt about Mr. Eastman.
Correct.
And during the several years that Ms. Frank was dating Mr. Eastman, you actually only met him a couple of times.
Yes.
And so your opinion of him is largely based on the things that Ms. Frank has told you.
And my viewing, but yes.
And fair to say you've never discussed the relationship with Mr. Eastman?
Can you repeat that?
You've never discussed the relationship that Ms. Frank had with Mr. Eastman?
No,
And you've never heard his account of what happened between the two of them?
never,
Or what happened between any altercations?
never.
Or what precipitated them?
Correct.
You were aware that Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's relationships had its problems,
Yes,
and in your mind, they weren't good together.
correct.
I think you've described them as like oil and water,
Yes,
just incompatible.
yes,
And would it be fair to say they had a tumultuous relationship,
yes,
which was exacerbated by alcohol?
yes,
And Ms. Frank drank alcohol too,
she did.
and Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman drank a lot together,
As far as I know, yes.
and Ms. Frank liked to go out,
Yes,
like to bars and things.
yes,
That was one reason that you and she weren't quite as close in more recent years, correct?
yes,
Now, you testified today that Ms. Frank had wanted to break up with Mr. Eastman, but was afraid he wouldn't take it well, correct?
correct.
And you obviously supported Ms. Frank in her desire to break up with him.
Very much so.
And you offered your support to Ms. Frank.
Yes, I did.
And you and your husband offered with her to go get her belongings.
Yes, we did.
And she never took you up on that offer.
She informed me that she didn't want us to, she was afraid that Kevin would be there, and so she didn't want us to get in the middle. She didn't want to bring her problems to our problems and to my family.
Okay. So Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's relationship was one that was off and on throughout the years.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
They'd break up and then get back together.
Yes,
And about 3 weeks before her death, it was your understanding that the relationship was officially done or over.
yes.
And you testified today that that was in December.
Around the holidays.
Okay, so that's the accurate time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Frank was upset about the finality of that breakup.
I don't know how to answer that.
She was upset that he was moving far enough away that she would not see him.
Yes and no.
And she had come into work after that breakup and was upset.
Yes, but also she was happy. She was relieved is the best word I could use to describe that.
And before officially breaking up, Mr. Eastman had moved out of the residence that they had previously shared.
Yes.
And they had lived together before that time.
They what?
They had lived together before that time.
Yes.
And he had moved out about 2 months before her death, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And when Mr. Eastman moved out, that was also an event that was upsetting for Ms. Frank.
Yeah. Yes, just like any relationship. Yes.
She came into work and was visibly upset that day?
When he moved out?
Yes.
Yes. Again, very much so mixed emotions.
Well, the day she came into work and was upset after they had broken up, she received a phone call, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And so your testimony today is you don't remember that phone call?
A phone call to whom?
To Ms. Frank.
I?
At the restaurant, she received a phone call.
It was so long ago.
And that's understandable if you say you don't know that. That's okay.
I don't know.
Okay. But you do recall speaking with Investigator Servine on February 16th of 2020.
Yes, I do.
And on that date, you discussed discussed a phone call that she received that day, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And at that time, you told investigator Servine that later, and I quote, "Later on in that day, there was a phone call for her, so I went and I handed her the phone." Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that phone call was one she took while working, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when she hung up, she was in tears.
Yes.
And she was visibly upset.
Yes.
And she was upset because the phone call was related to Mr. Eastman getting a new apartment.
Yes.
So you knew Ms. Frank for almost 20 years, right?
Yes.
And you first met when you were working together at Denny's?
Correct.
And after you left Denny's, you kind of sort of went your separate ways.
That's very, yes.
But you still stayed in contact here and there?
Yes.
You knew her kids?
I did know her kids.
And you were close with, you knew she was close with her son Alex?
Very much.
McLaughlin. And Ms. Frank became your employee about 4 years before her death?
Yes.
And when you became her boss, it changed the dynamic a little bit.
Just like with anybody else, yes.
It was not just friends, there was also kind of that boss-employee
Correct.
dynamic.
Yes.
Which has added an extra layer kind of on that complexity, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Frank generally is a pretty private person.
Depending on who with, but yes, I would say that.
And she, especially at work,
Yes.
she didn't bring any drama to work.
Never.
And that was one of the things you liked about her.
Very much.
But despite your friendship, Ms. Frank didn't tell you everything that was going on in her life.
Correct.
And she withheld information from you.
Just like anybody would with your boss, yes.
And she didn't deliberately talk to you about Mr. Eastman a lot of the time
Yes.
because she knew your opinion of him.
Yes.
Ms. Frank also hadn't told you she'd met anybody else.
No.
She didn't mention going on any dates,
No.
and she certainly hadn't mentioned Scott Sessions to you.
No.
And because you had known Ms. Frank so long, you could usually sense when something was up with her.
Yes.
And you could often get her to open up.
Yes.
Open up about what was bothering her,
Yes.
or get information.
Yes.
And that Monday on February 10th, 2020, you noticed Ms. Frank seemed tired
Yes.
and that she wasn't wearing makeup.
Yes.
And you chalked that up to her being sick the day before.
Yes.
And she did look sick to you.
She what?
She did look sick.
Yes.
And you didn't get the sense that there was anything else going on.
As a friend, yes, but as a boss, no, I didn't.
And you certainly didn't see any injuries on her.
I wasn't looking.
She didn't have any injuries on her face at all.
If I'm being honest, that Monday when she came into work, I was upset with her. I didn't say much to her. I did my job, she did her job. I didn't go out of my way to look. As a boss, I was upset with her.
Your testimony today is that you didn't look and didn't see whether she had any injuries on her face, correct?
Correct.
And you previously spoke with my investigator, Ms. Cherise Cervantes, on September 22nd, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that she was contacting you because of this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that she worked for my office, correct?
Yes.
And that it was important to be accurate in your discussions with her, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, she asked you whether or not Ms. Frank had any injuries on her face at all, and you replied, and I quote, "No." correct?
I don't remember our conversations much, but yes.
So on February 10th of 2020, Ms. Frank came to work alone.
On what day?
On February 10th, 2020.
Did she come to work alone?
Yes.
She came walking into the business alone. I can't see where they park, so I don't know if she was alone all morning.
Okay. You didn't see her drive or get dropped off?
Again, you cannot see where my employees park from the business.
And do you arrive before your employees do?
Usually, yes.
Mr. Eastman did not stop by the restaurant that day?
No,
And Ms.
not
Frank,
inside.
okay. And Ms. Frank did not work her, or she worked her entire shift?
Yes,
And you had no indication that Mr. Eastman had stopped by the restaurant outside either, correct?
I left early that day, but correct.
And Ms. Frank also worked that following Tuesday,
Yes,
February 11th of 2020?
yes,
And you weren't actually working that day?
correct.
Tuesdays is your day off with your husband, is that right?
No, ma'am. Tuesdays is my day off, but my husband is working that day.
So Tuesday was your day off, but you did speak with her that day?
I speak with all my employees every day. Yes.
Yes, because you check in with your managers throughout the day?
Yes, I do.
And at that time, you spoke with her over the phone?
Probably.
And she seemed fine to you at that time?
Yes.
Now, your husband also works at Doug's, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And he worked with Ms. Frank on Wednesday and Thursday?
Our schedules have changed so much. 2 years ago, I honestly can't remember exactly what his schedule was.
And you had testified on direct examination that when you saw Ms. Frank for the rest of the week working her shifts, that she still looked like she didn't feel well, right?
She looked, yes.
But you did not see her on Tuesday, correct?
I did not.
And on Thursday and Friday, that's not something, that statement about that she didn't look like she felt well, that's not something you've ever told investigators in this case?
I don't remember.
You testified on direct examination that it was odd that Ms. Frank had texted you to let you know that she was sick and wouldn't be in instead of calling, correct?
Yes.
But it was not unheard of for her to text you when she wouldn't be at work.
I guess, suppose every once in a while all of my employees text me instead of call me, but yes, especially if it's
And
2 o'clock in the morning.
you probably wouldn't want a phone call at that time.
Actually, I prefer a phone call, so that way I will wake up to the message so I can be there, but yes.
And she had actually texted you on at least 2 other occasions that you can remember when she was calling in sick.
Sure. Through 4 years of employment, yes, I would say that's fair.
If I could.
Through the last 4 years of her employment, I would think that maybe she had texted me that she wasn't feeling well and wasn't going to be in those 4 years.
Thank you. If I could have a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yeah, if we could go on Bluetooth
Sure.
before we do that.
give us a minute here.
If we could go back on Bluetooth briefly.
Any other redirect?
Yes. You talked about, on cross-examination with Ms. Morris, whether or not Heather knew of your thoughts about Kevin. Was Heather different when Kevin was around?
Yes,
How so?
just quiet.
Okay. Was Heather considered a quiet person when Kevin was not around?
No.
Okay. How would she be when Kevin was not around? How would you describe her personality?
I only seen her with Kevin a few times, but in those times, she was guarded on what she was saying or doing
Where would you see her around Kevin?
at the store.
Meaning Doug's?
Yes,
Okay. And how often did you see that?
only a couple times.
And is it a situation where he would just come in to eat while she was working or something else?
Yes.
Okay.
And the first time she came in, when I talked to her about coming on as a server at Doug's, he came. That was the first time I met him.
Was that essentially her job interview?
Yes.
Or maybe not because she was already a friend?
She was a friend, but yes, that was technically, I guess, her job interview.
All right. And Kevin Eastman was present during that?
Yes.
Did Heather Frank tell you the week of February 10th of 2020, which the 10th was the Monday, and she worked that week, did she tell you at all that week that Kevin Eastman was back in town?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Okay, thank you. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May her subpoena be discharged from the prosecution. May she be discharged from her subpoena? Thank you. And she under subpoena for the defense?
She is.
Can we have one moment, please?
Yes. We're trying to determine if you possibly are going to be coming back to testify. Give us 1 second.
Your Honor, I'd ask that you remain under subpoena for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have her contact information?
We do.
Great. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Next witness, please.
The people called Gene McAllister to the stand.
Your Honor, can we have a moment just to set up a few things, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Just give us 1 moment to make sure everybody's ready. Just let me know, Ms. Devereaux, when you're ready.
I knocked over the pointer.
And I don't think you're going to be using it.
Ready, I believe.
Thank you. So if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Jean McAllister, McAllister.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, ma'am. If I could have you start by asking you to explain to the jury generally what it is you do for a living.
I own my own business. It's called JGM Consulting, and I do training, consulting, and expert testimony in the field of interpersonal violence.
And what sort of things in your career have brought you to this place where you're now acting as an expert in this particular area?
A lengthy work experience in various different settings with intimate partner violence, sex assault, child abuse, a wide range of things, and trauma.
Can you describe some of that work experience for me, please?
Yes, I can. I started doing work many years ago at the Arapahoe County Department of Human Services. I worked briefly before that in a residential treatment facility for adolescent girls most of whom had been sexually abused. I worked for almost 10 years at Gateway Battered Women's Shelter, which was a domestic violence program that provided services to victims of intimate partner violence and witnessing children. We had a 24-hour crisis line, a 24-hour residential shelter, and a counseling program where we saw between 1,500 and 1,800 people a year in the counseling program as well. I then worked at the Assault Survivors Assistance Program at West Pines Lutheran Medical Center as a specialized trauma treatment therapist. We worked with people who experienced serious trauma, war veterans, people who experienced domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, child sexual abuse, and people who witnessed homicides. We did individual groups, couples, and family counseling, and we did a program where we provided consultation to the psychiatric staff when there were inpatients who had serious trauma and they needed assistance developing effective treatment plans. I was also asked while I was at that program to develop the hospital system for Lutheran Medical Center and West Pines training program for medical practitioners and psychological practitioners about how to respond to intimate partner violence in medical settings for the entire hospital system so that we could meet our Joint Commission on Hospital Accreditation standards. After I left there, I went to the Division of Criminal Justice at the Department of Public Safety for Colorado. I initially administered Colorado's Sex Offender Management Board, and the legislature created a Domestic Violence Offender Management Board offering statewide management, assessment, evaluation, treatment, and behavioral monitoring for convicted domestic violence offenders as well as sex offenders. We set standards for all of their treatment, evaluation, and behavioral monitoring, and we approved providers who were able to provide any of those services. And then I left there and went to the Colorado Department of Human Services, where I administered the program that funds and sets standards for all of the victim-serving programs for domestic violence in the state of Colorado. It used to be called the Domestic Abuse Assistance Program. It's now called the Domestic Violence Program. I ran the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault as their executive director, and more recently
I would object at this point for narrative. I'd ask that Mr. Rend ask additional questions.
You're welcome to explain your work history.
And more recently, I was the first fully dedicated Title IX administrator for the University of Denver, and that responsibility included responding to any gender-based violence, and intimate partner violence falls within that purview. I supervised the investigators who investigated any of those policy violations on campus, and I did and developed and presented training for the entire campus community, faculty, staff, and students. I've also done some adjunct teaching in the arena of interpersonal violence at the University of Denver Graduate School of Social Work and at the University of Colorado Denver Psychology Department, and have done other trauma intervention work.
What is your educational background?
I have a BA in sociology from here in Greeley at the University of Northern Colorado and a master's degree in social work from the University in Denver with a clinical concentration.
And can you describe how that clinical social work overlaps with other fields?
Yes, the training was designed to help me understand how to effectively diagnose and treat mental health disorders in human beings. And I worked with ages from toddlers on up. I didn't do work with infants, so I would not consider myself an expert working with infants. But we did clinical training, and we did 20 hours a week for 2 years of supervised clinical work. So I saw clients and received intensive supervision and in learning how to do that work. I had been working as a counselor and as a psychotherapist before I got my master's degree, but they asked me to proceed with a master's degree, and I was grateful to have that opportunity.
How do you keep current on these topics of interpersonal violence?
I attend training all the time. Local, national, and international. It's been much easier to attend a lot of training since the pandemic happened because almost everything is accessible online now. But before that, I regularly attended state and national conferences. In every job position that I had, I was able to either bring in or help bring in additional trainers, so national experts who would provide training for myself and other people who were connected to the program. And that started early in my career, as early as when I was working at Gateway Battered Women's Shelter. And so multiple times a year have received training from national experts. I am a part of several national training teams and a statewide training team. And I'm able to provide training, but every time I go to do training provision, I'm also able to attend training that other colleagues provide in those circumstances. And then I make a real effort to read the research literature as it comes out about these topic areas, because I feel like when I'm offering consultation, it's my responsibility to try to understand what's really strongly established knowledge and what might be new or developing knowledge that we wouldn't yet call established, or I wouldn't say to someone this has strong research background yet.
What types of groups do you provide training to?
A broad range. I train many different mental health providers, people who do victim assistance response, people in domestic violence or sexual assault programs that provide responding services to those groups of people. I also sometimes do training for offender treatment providers. I sometimes do training for collaborative groups, like I was asked to do an overview of the trauma research last year for the Sexual Assault Interagency Council in Denver. I provide training around the country through a program called HEART that talks about trauma and the development of resilience in the face of trauma, to people who work with human services, domestic violence, psychotherapists, and people who work with victims programs around the country. I train with Colorado's Ending Violence Against Women program. We're a multidisciplinary training team that includes law enforcement, prosecution, victim response, and human services, child protection, that whole range of interventions. And we go to local communities throughout Colorado regularly to train on intimate partner violence and sexual assault response across all of those different disciplines. That's kind of an overview. I just got invited to do training for the International VWAP, which is the Military Victim Assistance Programming Conference this fall. So all of the military personnel who respond to victims of crime throughout the world.
Beyond this training and policy level type of work, have you had experience working directly with victims, families, victims, and offenders themselves?
Yes, the first 25 years or so of my career were all direct service, and then several of the specialized interventions I did involved direct service, and everything I did at DU involved direct contact with people reporting and people accused of those sorts of behaviors.
Obviously, without talking about specific people, but can you talk about some special projects you've worked on in terms of victim services?
Yes, I was asked to respond to the Columbine High School shootings the night that they happened, and I provided crisis response to people who were in the school or who lost loved ones as a result for the first 60-some days after the shootings. And then the state wrote a grant so that I could provide consultation and training for all of the people who were working with students and faculty in the school and any family members who lost anyone and any of the students who had injuries as a result of the shootings. And I helped train up the Columbine Connections counseling program. So I provided that support for the first year following those shootings. I also co-coordinated the Colorado response to Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. We had about 3,500 people that came into the state, most of them rescued after multiple days in the water or in the dome. And we provided volunteer support to each individual or family that came through until they were able to receive any kind of trauma treatment that they needed, any kind of medical care that they needed, any assistance with finding housing or schooling or those sorts of things. So those are a couple of the specialized responses that I've been a part of.
And just to be clear, you described your educational background as a bachelor's degree in sociology and a master's degree in social work. You are not an MD, a medical doctor, correct?
I am not.
Or a PhD?
No, I am not.
And it's not your intention to testify in those fields, is that correct?
No, that's not who I am, and it would be unethical for me to represent myself in that way.
Are you a member of any professional groups or organizations currently?
Yes, I belong to the policy group for the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault and the Colorado Organization for Victim Assistance. I also am on the board of directors for the Rocky Mountain Victim Law Center.
Okay. You and I have had some brief interaction about this case prior to you coming to court, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about your role in this trial. Have you ever, well, backing up a little bit, have you ever been called upon to come into court and testify as an expert in other court settings, as an expert in the field of domestic violence, victim behavior, and dynamics?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
I have no idea. I was initially qualified as an expert in 1985. It was a part of my work from that time forward in every job I had, and has been part of my work in my business. And I was never asked to keep a list until 2006.
Okay. And do you have an approximate number since 2006?
I think in domestic violence specifically, I'm probably nearing around 100. I also testify in sex assault cases and child sex abuse cases, and sometimes in generalized trauma. So I think somewhere near 100 since 2006.
And have some of those 100 opportunities to testify as an expert included Weld County?
Yes.
Are you paid for your time to do so?
Yes, I am at the rate set by the Chief Justice of Colorado Supreme Court for someone with my educational background.
And can you explain to the jury how that works and what relationship you have with my office to do so?
Yes, I'm paid for preparing a summary of testimony, which covers topics, if I'm given general information or asked to cover topics, for instance, in this case, related to intimate partner violence, then I prepare a possible summary of testimony. I'm paid for that. I am paid half my rate for travel to come here, and if I have to wait to testify, and then I'm paid for my testimony, and that's $80 an hour.
Okay. I want to talk generally about some of the parameters that are used when you testify as an expert, specifically a blind or a cold expert. I'll begin by asking you this. Have you ever met a person by the name of Heather Frank?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Or Kevin Eastman?
No.
Or Scott Sessions?
No.
Okay. You're not familiar with those names or this case, is that correct?
I'm familiar with Mr. Eastman's name because my subpoena has that name on it.
Okay.
This is the case.
You know he's the defendant in this case
Yes.
from your subpoena. You have not read any police reports related to this case. None of the thousands of pages to my left there.
No, I have not read any of the police reports or looked at any other evidence.
All right. And have you been provided some information, however, as a basic starting point by myself prior to coming into court today to testify as a blind expert?
Yes, I have.
What type of information did you request and receive as a basis point or baseline from which to have a sense of what you'd be testifying to?
I need to know the type of case, which is intimate partner violence. I understand this case involves homicide, and I was asked to provide information about strangulation and general information about trauma and intimate partner violence.
And are those things all subject matters that you are infinitely familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. I use the phrase blind or cold expert. What does that mean?
It means other than the charges and the type of case, and in this case, I do know the gender of the intimate partner victim and offender, because that can impact what I might testify about. I don't know any facts about the case. I don't know what happened. I don't know what either side perceives as how the events happened. I don't have any information about this specific case, just about topic areas that I'm to address to provide accurate information about intimate partner violence so that you all have access to that if it's helpful to you in your assessment of the facts.
This case has received some media attention, currently ongoing, as well as in the past. Do you recall reading or seeing anything specific that would have given you details of information on this case?
I have not.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to tender Ms. McAllister as an expert in domestic violence, behavior, and dynamics.
Any objection, or would you like to voir dire?
Voir dire, please.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in terms of your education, your highest degree is a master's degree in social work, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have a doctorate in psychology,
I do not.
sociology,
I do not.
psychiatry,
I do not.
and you're not a medical doctor or specialist of any kind.
I am not a medical doctor.
So you first obtained your social work degree in 1993,
That's correct.
but you are not a licensed social worker.
No, I chose not to become licensed.
And you chose not to be initially because you didn't take the license exam, because you felt that they were looking for answers on the test that would have encouraged inappropriate practices that would have gotten women harmed, right?
In cases of domestic violence and children, in cases of child abuse, yes.
Because back at that time, around the time when you graduated, the viewpoint was less about protecting women and more on family reunification, right?
it was called family systems theory, and yes, the assumption was that it was always best to keep families together regardless of the degree of violence happening.
So it would suggest things like if the wife leaves, you need to tell the husband where she is.
Exactly.
And understandably, that did not sit well with you.
It did not, because it was contrary to the best interest of the clients with whom I was working.
But at some point, the modality changed to be closer to your own.
That is accurate. The social work practice now actually teaches. I developed a course for the Graduate School of Denver's, or co-developed it, Graduate School of Social Work in 2004. They asked me to do that as they started to pay attention to some of the developments in the field.
So despite the modality changing to be much closer to your own, starting back in 2004, you've still chosen not to become licensed as a social worker.
That is correct, because the licensed clinical social workers in Colorado, in every case when there was legislation asking that people receive additional training for specialized treatment populations, they opposed that legislation, and they opposed continuing education until, I'm not sure if it was 5 or 6 years ago, they were the last professional group to accept requirements for continuing education. And I thought those things were counter to our ethical code.
And again, they now require the continuing education, which you view as being extremely important.
Yes.
So after that change was made, eliminating those concerns, you've still not chosen to take the licensure examination.
I have not. To be a licensed clinical social worker, I would be needing to do direct service still, and that's not something I'm engaged in at this point.
And we'll touch on that in just a moment. So your current work is primarily focused on training and consulting, correct?
That's correct.
And in your capacity as a consultant and a trainer and a witness in cases such as this, your opinions are based in part on your experience.
In large part on my experience, in part on my experience working with many, many programs who work with these populations, and on the research.
Okay, and it's based on your review of literature in salient fields.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of your statement.
It's based on your review of literature in salient fields.
Yes, that would be accurate.
And you would agree you have a strong commitment to staying current on the literature and understanding it.
I do.
And so you read the literature on a consistent basis.
I do.
And it's your responsibility as someone who's a witness providing testimony to be up to date on the literature.
Yes, and I won't have read everything that's written because thousands of articles are written every year, but I stay current on those journals and articles that most directly apply to the kind of work that I do.
And so the research into domestic violence began in earnest in the 1960s and 70s, correct?
Primarily in the 1970s. There was very little done in the 60s. The very beginning of research, I think, was Murray Strauss and Richard Gellis in '69.
And this was spurred in large part by the women's movement during that decade?
Those were actually social scientists who were just looking at interpersonal relationships, but research that came after that was spurred in large part by the women's movement and the recognition that intimate partner violence existed.
And you'd agree that there's various schools of thought under the larger umbrella of domestic violence or interpersonal violence?
There are some components of our knowledge base where I think there is generalized strong agreement. There are some circumstances where there is some disagreement, but we have a fairly large 35, 40-year knowledge base where there is not divergent thought. And that comes from a variety of different academic backgrounds. It's not from a single academic background.
And you'd agree there's been considerable changes in the vast field since you began working in the area of domestic violence and interpersonal violence.
Yes, that's accurate.
And it's a field that continues to evolve to this day.
It does.
Now, in the summary report you provided to the prosecution, you included a list of literature related to topics about which you will be testifying today if qualified as an expert, correct?
Yes, and a list that has informed my practice throughout my career. So it's not just articles I quoted, it's things that as I have learned about this field throughout the years, different kinds of knowledge has been developed. I've incorporated that sort of knowledge into my understanding of the field.
And that list includes 60 separate sources?
I didn't count, so I can't honestly answer that.
Okay. Does 18 books and 42 articles and data reports sound accurate?
Again, I didn't count them. I believe that you are accurately reflecting it, but I can't verify it.
And with the exception of a handful of sources from 2015 or so, the bulk of your sources cited were published in the 90s or early 2000s. Is that right?
Many of them were, because that's when much of the research was done in the field that has established long-held understanding of things. And there are things past 2015 on that list as well, I believe.
The domestic violence studies you cite in your sources largely involve the analysis of one or two types of data. One, data from national random digit dialing telephone surveys and criminal case data collected by district attorneys' offices, correct?
Those are two of the sources. They are not the only two of the sources.
Those are two types of sources.
Two types?
Data sources, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes, two types of data sources, but they are not the only types of data sources reflected in those articles.
Right, but many of those sources reflect those two types of data sources, correct?
Yes, because that is where we learn about domestic violence, is through those sources.
And in both instances, those two types of data sources, the data is collected from individuals over the course of a set time frame.
Typically, yes. Some of the large national random sample studies ask for lifelong experience, so it's not limited to, did this happen to you in the last 6 months or a year period? Has this ever happened to you? And they use behaviorally descriptive language to ask those questions, so they are more likely to get accurate information. If you ask people something with a label that has a negative connotation, you often get less accurate information.
And so the researchers that use those data sources analyze that data. They generate statistics regarding the prevalence of a particular finding, like X amount of women or individuals interviewed reported being subject to this particular type of abuse, right?
Yes, and in some cases, that information can be generalized to large populations depending on the numbers of people that are asked those questions. The large national random sample studies done through the Office for Victims Programs, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, the Centers for Disease Control, have very large populations that they study. So they can generalize and say this applies generally to the field, these kinds of findings.
And you'd agree that the findings of a particular study or report is dependent on the underlying data?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as going beyond the scope of the purpose of voir dire for purposes of qualification as an expert.
Yeah, so the court's going to find under 702 that this exceeds the scope of testing her qualifications. These questions may be relevant regarding her opinion, that this is exceeding the scope of voir dire. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Any other thing you want to say, Ms. Morris, with regard to qualifications under Rule 702 before I make a determination?
Your Honor, I have additional questions.
Regarding qualifications?
Yes.
So let's keep them to qualifications.
Thank you. So from 2004 to the present time, you've only been a witness consultant and trainer, correct?
I have done some other part-time work during part of that time.
But in your capacity as a witness consultant and trainer, you do not conduct any neutral or objective or sociological studies?
No, I'm not a researcher by practice. I have served on research committees for primary researchers during that time, but I am not a primary researcher.
And you've not conducted any formal peer-reviewed research in the field of domestic violence or interpersonal violence?
No, I am not a researcher.
And apart from some training curricula you may have developed, you've never been published in any peer-reviewed scientific journal?
No, just I do training curricula, and it was peer-reviewed by military professionals, but I did write the Sex Assault Response Counselor Handbook, initially for Buckley Air Force Base and then for all of Space Command for the United States Air Force, and they hired subject matter experts to review so it was technically peer-reviewed. It wasn't a journal, but it was a document.
And Your Honor, I would object based on our prior objections outlined in my written pleading, but I would ask to make a further record via Bluetooth.
Sure. So pursuant to Rule 702 of the Rules of Evidence, the court is going to find that Ms. McAllister, based on her knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education, is an expert in the field of dynamics of domestic violence and victim behavior, and is authorized to give an expert opinion to this jury with regard to that subject matter. You're welcome to continue, Mr. Wren.
Thank you. Ms. McAllister, you've used on several occasions the phrase intimate partner violence. Is that interchangeable with domestic violence?
In many cases, it is. It depends on the definition people are using for domestic violence. It's meant to reflect that people don't have to be formally married or living together, but be in an intimate relationship for it to be identified as intimate partner violence.
I think it's natural for most people to think of the idea of being violent with somebody that you profess to care about or love as being counterintuitive. Based on your training experience, what is, if that's true, what is behind the occurrences of domestic violence?
Typically, occurrence of domestic violence is an attempt on the part of one intimate partner to control the other intimate partner, have power over and control them in some fashion. And that's when we're talking about violence that rises to the level of the charges in this case. There's some very low-level violence which may result from people not understanding how to resolve conflict, those sorts of things, but that's very different than when there's serious intimate partner violence.
You talked about this being driven by control. What are some of the controlling types of behaviors that you and others in this field see domestic violence offenders engage in?
Obviously, there's the potential for physical or sexual violence used to control someone. There can be threats against the victim or threats against other people the victim cares about, family members, or in some cases, pets or animals. You can see psychological or emotional abuse, name-calling, denigration. You might see attempts to isolate a victim to keep them more connected to the offender and away from other people they might love or care about. You may see, in some cases, attempts to blame the victim for the violence that happens, say it's their fault that they got hurt. You sometimes see people making attempts to control by following or stalking or electronically surveilling or managing the person's contacts with other people. There are a number of techniques that are used.
Okay. You talked about the fact that there's low-level forms of domestic violence, and then it can escalate. Is that correct?
It can escalate. Typically, even serious violence starts at a lower level. It's rare that people stay in a relationship if there's a horrible, serious incident and nothing else has happened. Typically, it builds up slowly. But there are some forms of violence that really neither party feels frightened by, and they don't typically rise to the level of any intervention by any program or system.
Do the risks of significant injury or death seem to increase or decrease over time in a domestic violence relationship?
They definitely increase. And in those circumstances where there is extensive controlling behavior and there is repetitive violence, we see that increase being dramatic over time, and it can become very highly dangerous.
Are there common cycles that these relationships tend to produce that have been identified both in your work and in the research?
Yes, and they are not present in every intimate partner violence situation, but when they are present, there are very clear cycles where there's a repetition of different stages.
What are some of those cycles? What are the steps in that cycle?
The first stage is identified as the tension building stage, and that is typically where the person who is being violent in the relationship or controlling will start to escalate their behavior. They may be irritable, they may be quick to anger, they may sort of verbally blow up, they may start using some of the controlling behaviors, become more demanding. It's as if they're tense and distressed and they're taking that out on the person who's the victim in the relationship. The second stage we call the acute battering stage, and that is typically when there is things that have sort of been building up as tension rise to the level of something negative happening. And early in the relationship, that may be something like stopping somebody from leaving the house or breaking a bunch of dishes. But over time, it typically starts to include physical violence and then escalates to serious physical violence, like things like strangulation, which can cause someone's death, or sexual assault, much more serious violence. And then the third stage is identified as the reconciliation or honeymoon stage. And part of the reason why it's so important is because the violence will typically stop for a while after there's been an explosion, and some of the controlling behaviors lessen as well. So people begin to feel like they're with the person they fell in love with or married. Part of the problem is offenders often see the responsibility for the violence as being blamed on the victim. Victims who want things to stay better will often accept that responsibility, and then you have a repetition of the cycle of violence as tension will start building again. The problem with victims feeling like they may have had something to do with the violence is it keeps them attached to the relationship and trying to change their behavior to fix it when they're not the cause of the problem.
Okay. Is it common to see substance use in these types of relationships? And if so, why?
We see for different reasons. Often offenders are involved in some form of substance use or abuse. In some cases, it is an attempt to manage tension. They often don't have good skills for managing their emotions. In some cases, it's an excuse for engaging in violent behavior. And you often see people who've been victimized in these relationships begin to use or increase their use of substances to try to numb themselves to the fear they feel in their relationships and the fear they feel of their partners.
You just talked about the three components of the cycle of violence within domestic violence relationships: the tension building phase, the acute battering phase, and then the honeymoon or reconciliation phase. Do you see this cycle repeating itself more than once within an individual relationship?
Yes, and that's part of how the escalation happens. The cycle tends to repeat over and over again. And it initially may be a long time between going through all the stages. As the relationship gets more dangerous, there's a shorter time between moving through all those stages. The honeymoon or reconciliation stage tends to get shorter, and the acute battering stage and tension building may get longer. But you do see repetition over time, and that's an indicator of greater danger in the relationship.
Has there been a number of times that this cycle repeats itself that we typically see people eventually get out of the relationship?
Some people leave these relationships. Many people don't leave these relationships.
No matter how many times that cycle repeats itself?
No matter how many times. There are lots of reasons for that, but even those people who do escape the relationship often have to make multiple attempts to leave before they're gone.
What do you mean by before they're gone?
Even if someone attempts to leave a relationship, a domestic violence situation, often the person who has harmed them will apologize, will ask them to come back, will tell them they love them, will tell them they will not do the bad thing again, whatever it was. And these are people who typically have a relationship together that they've worked on and some degree of positive regard for one another and periods of time when the relationship feels good. It's not like a stranger being mean to you. It's like somebody you love doing something you don't like and don't want them to do again, but it's much harder to leave someone you care about than it is to leave someone who's a stranger or who you barely know. So often, again, people who've been victimized will go back or try to make it work. In other cases, we see actual increases in the level of control and violence when someone attempts to leave, which makes it more dangerous for them to attempt to leave. A lot of people have the sort of generalized belief that, well, if your home's violent, just go. But the reality is that people who leave intimate partner violent relationships are at greater risk for serious injury or death for an extended period of time after they leave than if they stay.
Is that also impacted if there has been injury or violence towards the loved one of the intimate partner victim?
Yes. The more victims of intimate partner violence witness harm to themselves or to other people, the more likely they will stay to try to protect other people. And particularly if there's been violence in the past and there's been any attempt to stop it, any intervention, and it hasn't stopped, they may not believe that it's possible to be safe. And they may believe it's safer to stay and try to placate the person who's controlling or who's the offender than to try to get away, because their experience is nobody can stop this. We tried to stop, it didn't stop.
When you say intervention, does that include law enforcement becoming involved?
Yes.
Okay. You have used, in describing your work, the word trauma or traumatic event a number of times. How does exposure to repeated traumatic incidents over time impact a victim's response to subsequent traumatic events?
Typically, over time, you will see victims utilize coping behaviors that are survival-based in that circumstance, and those survival behaviors make it less likely that they will be able to effectively get away. One of those is the sort of basic survival-based behavior we have during traumatic events when somebody's harming someone. And most of us have heard of two of the common responses, fight or flight, but there are actually three common responses in human beings to all trauma: fight, flight, and freeze,
Objection,
or a
Your
sense
Honor.
of immobility.
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
Your Honor, what we discussed via Bluetooth.
Overruled.
People tend to engage in responses where they describe having either no ability or limited ability to act on their own behalf. It's called tonic immobility in the
Objection, Your
trauma
Honor.
literature.
Overruled.
And it literally means they stop feeling like they have a capacity to resist or fight back or try to get away. So they're more likely to kind of shut down and not respond during a traumatic event. After trauma, we also see, during and then after, we also see a greater likelihood of a psychological coping behavior that's called dissociation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And that simply means that people are either unable to fully incorporate or can tolerate fully incorporating the full experience of the traumatic event. It's very similar to what you see in shock and a physical injury, where when you get seriously injured, your body goes into shock. and your
Objection,
heart
Your Honor. This
drops.
is medical testimony.
Overruled.
Your body temperature drops, your blood flow slows, and what that does is protect you from dying from the nature of the injury. Dissociation is very similar, but it protects you from absorbing the full negative impact of the horror of what's happening to you, and it literally protects you from going crazy, from being so overwhelmed that you just can't tolerate it. So it literally shuts down people's ability to fully integrate what happened to them, really fully feel it. And we know that people who experience repeated events tend to engage in dissociation over time more often than other people. And that means they're less likely to be able to think about or effectively respond to what's happened to them. And they're also less likely to respond effectively to any additional trauma or violence.
You've talked about this dissociative response by victims in traumatic circumstances. Is that a form of compartmentalizing in their own life?
That's one way to describe it, although compartmentalization is typically intentional. For instance, you may be in class and you're thinking about what you need to get at the grocery store to cook for dinner when you go home for your kids, but the teacher asks you a question and you can put away your grocery list right away and think about what the class is talking about. That's intentional compartmentalization, or setting aside, I'll think about this later. Dissociation is not subject to a person's voluntary intention. It is more of a survival-based response, more of a primitive response. So they're not fully in control of choosing to do it. So that's the difference. But it is similar in that it sets the material aside or keeps it away from them.
I want to talk to you a little bit about victim presentation, or how victims of domestic violence appear to others. Okay. Are there different forms of coping that victims of domestic violence engage in?
Yes, and actually victims of all trauma engage in them.
Okay. And so how do they present to others?
There are two primary presentations. One is called expressed, and that is what most people in our culture expect to see when someone's been harmed. It means that they may look visibly upset, they may be crying or shaking or look afraid, they may be saying things that tell you that they're afraid or upset or that they've been harmed. They may be engaged in behavior like trying to hide or cowering, but there are visible indicators of distress. And that's what most of us expect to see. People who have a controlled response are typically engaged in the dissociative coping behaviors, and they look less emotional, may look what some people describe as kind of flat, not a lot of emotion present. Many untrained people describe them as looking relatively normal. It is something that when I train people to respond to mass disasters, we tell people, ignore anybody who's crying and screaming, they'll get help. Look for people who are walking around looking like nothing happened. They're in the most serious trouble, because we know that people who have that response, that controlled response, are more likely to have long-term negative effect from the trauma.
What type of long-term negative effects are you referring to?
Well, they will, in some cases, have their ability to use judgment and critical thinking skills, executive function skills.
Objection, Your Honor.
Impacted.
Overruled.
Which means that they may be less able to accurately assess risk or figure out how to take care of themselves in situations where risk happens. You are often likely to see a number of symptoms. People may have intrusive thoughts of what happened. They may have overwhelming sense of dread. They may feel like they're afraid and be scanning the environment for threat. They may be experiencing nightmares or flashbacks. Some of those things, longer term, they may have trauma disorders or depression or anxiety disorders or panic attacks. They may also be numbing and withdrawing from other people and trying to shut down and sort of withdraw and make their lives smaller. They may have sleep disorders, they may have difficulty engaging in relationships with other people, and they may have difficulty trusting. they may have difficulty believing that they have capacity or the ability to act in their own behalf as well.
What does your training and experience and the research indicate in terms of the impact of injuries to the neck, or specifically strangulation by offenders? What does that have on victims' future behaviors?
Well, it has two primary kinds of effect. One is in terms of establishing a sense of control over a victim. Strangulation is incredibly effective because it is often the first time a victim really understands or believes that this person has the capacity to or may kill them. So it often makes the offender's ability to control the victim much greater, and the victim is often much more compliant with what the offender wants as an effort to try to survive or cope. And then it can have physical effects as well.
Objection, Your Honor. We go on Bluetooth, please.
Sure. Any other questions on direct examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and take an afternoon break, given that it's about 3:09, for about 15 minutes. I'll see you back about 3:25. Let me give you another admonition that until the trial is completed, please do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, any potential witnesses, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back about 3:25. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be in recess. You're welcome to be seated, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. You're welcome to step down if you like, Ms. McAllister. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
if you're worried about.
I'm sorry. Okay. No, I'm.
You still have mine?
I know.
Yeah.
It's not stressing me. Irma told me I trust you. Thank you for.
Oh, did you
I
double
really
lock them?
appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I thought I didn't double lock those.
violence as part of your employment was when you stopped working for West Pines, correct?
No, when I worked at the University of Denver, I provided direct service to victims and accused people that were involved in intimate partner violence situations.
You didn't personally provide therapy to those victims in that capacity?
I didn't provide therapy. I did assessments. I provided support. I offered what sort of supportive programs that the university could offer them. I helped them do safety assessments.
So you provided interventions and connected them with others who could provide therapy?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Wren asked you on direct examination about the information that you had prior to your testimony today. You agreed that you had some idea of what the themes were of this case, correct?
Yes.
And so in addition to the charges that Mr. Eastman was facing, you were also given some purportedly factual information from Mr. Wren about the general prosecution's theory.
No.
You were emailed by Mr. Wren on October 27th of 2021, correct?
I believe so. I can look at my notes if you would like me to do that.
You recall that you were emailed prior to when you wrote your expert summary report, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to the charges that Mr. Eastman was facing, you were told that Mr. Eastman was charged with killing another before killing his girlfriend, correct?
Correct. I didn't understand that to be the theory of prosecution. I understood that to be when another crime he was charged with.
Okay. But you understand that the prosecution is the one bringing charges against Mr. Eastman?
Yes. I understand theory to talk about reasons why, and that I did not have access to.
Okay. But you do have information regarding the alleged victims in this case?
Yes, their gender.
Yes. And Mr. Wren also told you about what type of information to include in your report in terms of the general topic areas.
Yes, and that is very typical. He asked me to talk about, I don't remember specifically what he said, but intimate partner violence, trauma responses, dynamics, that sort of thing, and strangulation, I believe.
And you tailored your opinion letter based on the information and suggestions provided by Mr. Wren?
Yes, the information he asked me to provide.
And you'd agree that you're not truly testifying from a position of 100% blindness at this time?
I did not represent that I was. That's correct.
And you've not made any specific findings about the parties involved in this case?
I have not. That would be unethical. I have not done any assessment of any of them.
And Mr. Wren talked with you about your compensation for your testimony today. That's at a rate of $80 per hour?
Yes, the travel is $40 an hour and waiting is $40 an hour.
And that's the standard rate for someone with your educational experience?
That's correct.
Experts with more educational experience are paid more?
That's correct.
And someone with a PhD, for example, or a medical doctor would make almost twice as much, correct?
I think they make 150.
I'll overrule the objection. Let's move on.
And at $80 an hour, it's fair to say you're not making a windfall in this case, right?
That's accurate.
But it's fair to say that you think it's important to your life's work to be available to testify in cases like these.
I feel like it's important to me to be available to educate the public whenever I have an opportunity to do that. So yes.
And it's something that you personally believe in terms of furthering your desires that women and men are not subjected to this kind of abuse, right?
I do believe that people, women and men, should not be subjected to this type of abuse. That's accurate.
And while you're not making a lot of money on this particular case, testifying and consulting on cases across the state comprises 5 to 10% of your monthly income. Isn't that right?
Yes, it's small, but a percentage.
You first started testifying in 1985?
Yeah, well, I actually testified when I was working as a child protection worker, but that was not as an expert.
Okay. So you first started testifying as an expert in 1985?
That's correct.
And you didn't start keeping a list of the cases in which you testified until 2006?
That's correct.
And as of December of 2020, when you, or 2021, when you provided that list to me, you had testified in a total of 187 cases.
That may be accurate.
And to be clear, your testimony is not limited to the criminal realm.
No, I sometimes do civil cases, and I sometimes do administrative law cases, and sometimes Title IX cases.
And the overwhelming majority of your testimony in criminal cases is related to sexual assault.
I would not say the overwhelming majority is related to sexual assault.
Of the 187 cases that you listed on your list of testimony as of December of 2021, you had testified in 66 cases involving domestic violence. Does that sound accurate?
Again, I haven't counted. I trust that you're not misrepresenting that.
Versus 112 cases involving sexual assaults or sexual assaults on children.
That makes sense. Sexual assaults are different than sexual assaults on children. It's about a third, and a third, with a few odd things thrown in once in a while.
And this is only the fourth case you've testified since 2006 in which you've testified where the allegations involved homicide.
Again, I have not counted.
Okay. And since 2006, you've never testified for the defense in a criminal case, correct?
I'm not certain. I honestly would need to look. I think I testify for the defense far less often than I testify, by a large majority, than I testify for the prosecution. I work for the defense much more often than that.
So your testimony today is that you have testified for the defense?
I said I can't be certain. I haven't looked at my list.
Would you like to take an opportunity to look at your list to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And actually, to make things a little bit quicker, I could ask you some questions if you won't mind instead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that's all right.
That's fine.
Just, I realized we could do it a short-circuited a little bit. So, on October 2nd of 2020, you testified in another trial, People v. Gabrielle Bicking, which was case number 19CR1043 in Jefferson County, correct?
I'm going to have to look at my list to verify that.
Okay.
I don't have all the names memorized. So you said it was, I'm sorry, what year?
The case number was 19CR, but you testified in October of 2020.
October.
Defendant's last name was Bicking, Bicking.
Yes.
Thank you. So when you testified in that case, you knew it was important to be accurate?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of the question.
When you testified in that case on October 2nd, 2020, in People v. Bicking, you knew it was important to be accurate?
Yes.
And it was important to tell the truth?
Yes.
And you were testifying under oath?
Yes.
And at that time, you said, and I quote, "I think since 2006, I haven't actually testified for the defense," correct?
That's possible that I said that. That's why I wanted to look at my list, because I rarely testify for the defense.
Your Honor, may I approach the defendant?
Sure.
For the witness, I'm sorry. Sorry, can I move the water for a moment? So what I have here is a transcript of your testimony from that hearing?
Yes.
Or from that trial?
Yes.
See the jury trial, October 2nd, 2020.
Yes,
Defendant, last name Bicking.
yes. Where does it say it's my testimony?
Gene
Okay.
McAllister.
Okay, thank you.
Can we just have the microphone be moved closer? It's hard to hear back here.
And on that date, you said, I think since 2006, I haven't actually testified for the defense.
I
correct?
said it was very likely I said that.
But I want to confirm that that
Yes,
is what
yes,
you
that's what I said.
Ms. McAllister, you'd consider yourself an advocate for victims of interpersonal violence.
In some roles in which I serve, I am an advocate for victims of interpersonal violence. In other roles, I am not. In this role, I am not serving as an advocate. I am offering accurate information about intimate partner violence.
Well, you'd consider yourself more of an advocate than a neutral expert, don't you?
No, I do not. If I found that someone was a defendant who I thought was innocent, if I was asked to review information, I would say that. I look at broad information on intimate partner violence about defendants and victims. In the research, I understand that there are times when people are accused of things that they do not do. And I don't think it's my job to be an advocate when I'm offering accurate information about intimate partner violence.
So your testimony is today that you don't believe you're an advocate for victims of domestic violence in this role?
In this role, I am not. I have been in some roles in my career.
So you have previously testified in 06CR 2779, that's Jefferson County case, People v. Shannon Johnson, on June 5th, 2007, correct?
I believe that you are accurately representing that.
And on that date, you were asked whether you consider yourself more of an advocate than a neutral expert, don't you? And you responded, yes, I quote, yes, I would consider myself an advocate against violence. You were asked against domestic violence, and you answered yes, against domestic violence, correct?
That's correct, and that is different than being an advocate for victims. I do advocate against violence. That is different than being an advocate for victims, where you are specifically trying to help a particular person. I would advocate against violence in any case.
And throughout your career, you've worked in various capacities where you've advocated for victims of domestic violence.
Yes, periodically I have.
And for women.
In some circumstances, yes.
And you've worked with many more women than men who've claimed to be victims of domestic violence.
Yes, and that is consistent with the fact that many more women than men are victims of domestic violence. Men are victims, and I have served male victims.
And outside the context of domestic violence, much of your work has been devoted to victim advocacy.
Some of my work has been, not, I have done multiple different roles. So I have done a substantial amount of victim advocacy and advocacy around policy.
So I want to move on to talk about your opinions here. You've discussed how part of your opinions today are based on your experience, right?
That's correct.
And we're talking about your clinical experience when you're providing direct services to victims.
I'm talking about my clinical experience providing direct services, my experience managing the Sex Offender Management Board and working with providers who worked with offenders who had been convicted. I'm talking about serving on the 1st Judicial District's Domestic Violence Offender Treatment Provider Board and listening to all the sessions that people did with defendants. I'm talking about having done couples counseling with both parties, talking about having done assessments with Title IX parties, both parties. So yes, it's some working in therapy sessions with victims and in some other contexts as well.
And you're also basing that on your review of literature.
That's accurate.
And on the research side of things, when we're talking about the relative strength of studies on which you rely, you'd agree that the large national random sample studies are the strongest kinds of studies.
They are.
And next down in the hierarchy of relative study strength are studies based on clinical samples.
It depends on a number of factors for me. Some clinical studies, if they are large, because many clinical studies are very small, have very small numbers, so they're not generalizable. So if they're clinical, they are large samples, they have strong control groups, they have behaviorally based descriptions of questions that are asked of people, they have the capacity to assess other information besides self-report. All of those things figure into whether a study is really a strong one or not. So I have seen very weak clinical studies and very strong ones. I wouldn't generalize those as all the same.
So a clinical study or a clinical sample that is relying on someone's self-report of trauma or abuse, there's often not substantiating of information available.
Depends, again, on the study. In some studies, there is substantiated information, and those studies are much stronger than simple self-report, although there are, again, behaviorally based descriptions. The way questions are asked can result in more valid and accurate information than general questions about that have labels attached to them. So there are a number of ways that you ensure that you're getting more accurate information in those circumstances, and I would want more of those controls for accurate information present to call a study strong rather than less.
So more controls like those that you articulated would make a clinical sample or study based on a clinical sample more reliable.
It can. Another thing that can is something that is called a meta-analysis, which means that people look at large numbers of clinical samples or specific samples and look for common themes across different research. That's another way you can strengthen some of those studies.
And just to be clear what we're talking about, a clinical sample is information gathered by clinicians during their practice.
Not necessarily. Sometimes a clinical sample is someone who is identified, and again, it can be because they are in therapy with a clinician or in counseling with someone, or it can be because they've been identified as someone based on a conviction, but that they're getting therapy. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the clinician gathered it. Sometimes researchers gather information from clinician samples, and actually I would worry about bias if each clinician gathered information from their own people.
Right. So if a clinician gathered their own information and did a study on it, that would be a clinical sample, a study based on a clinical sample, correct?
That's one form of
I
clinical
understand
sample.
that, and I'm asking,
Yes.
that would be one form, correct?
Yes.
And you would be worried about bias in those circumstances, correct?
Depending on what controls were put in place, peer review, large number of things, how the questions were developed, who was analyzing the data, all of those things would be components of things I would want to understand.
And when you were providing direct services to victims, you did not keep any data that you can now look back on and rely on, correct?
I did keep data that I understood and has informed my understanding of experience while I was doing the work. Our numbers were very consistent with the findings in the large national random sample studies of identifying different kinds of things in our population that we worked with, both when I was a psychotherapist and when I was at Gateway. And when I was at the Domestic Abuse Assistance Program, I was responsible for keeping statewide data on services to domestic violence victims and witnessing children.
Now, I think it's rather obvious by now, but you were hired by the prosecution and not the defense, correct?
That's correct.
And the prosecution never asked you to analyze the particular relationship involved in this case.
I was not asked to analyze this relationship. That's correct.
And that's something you have done before in testifying in criminal cases.
In very rare circumstances. That is something I do much more often when I'm testifying in a civil trial.
And you've actually been asked to do that in about 20% to a third of cases where you testify, correct?
Objection relevant, since she wasn't asked to do that in this case.
I'm not sure what the relevance is for this case.
Your Honor, I think it's important to know the frequency and that the prosecution chose not to ask her to do this.
Overruled. I'm going to sustain the prosecution's objection by finding it's relevant under Rule 401.
So during the cycle of violence that you discussed on direct examination, it's something that typically continues throughout the course of a relationship.
Once it has repeated, it does typically continue. Sometimes in very old age, it reduces, but in most cases, it continues.
And it typically increases in frequency?
Frequency and severity over time.
And throughout your testimony today and throughout questioning, you've used the word typically a lot, right?
Correct. That's based on both my experience and the research and what we most often see.
Right. But you're using the word typically because not every relationship is the same.
That's accurate. There are always anomalies in human relationships.
And when you're making general statements about what typically occurs, that does not mean it necessarily occurs in every relationship.
That's accurate. It is important to understand what typically occurs so that people don't rule out things they assume might not occur.
So the focus is more on not ruling something out versus saying it must necessarily have occurred.
That's accurate. I believe I said even about control techniques, different people use different techniques. You don't have to use every single control technique for domestic violence to be taking place. Each circumstance has some individual components.
And because you've not been provided with any information about Mr. Eastman or Ms. Frank, you're unable to say whether the cycle of violence was present in their relationship.
That's accurate. I can't make that determination. I have no information about their relationship.
And you testified in direct examination that there are common responses to trauma, correct?
Correct.
And that essentially human trauma responses are consistent across all various types of trauma.
That is accurate as well.
So as you identified, some behaviors or responses that someone who's been exposed to trauma might display is consistent across various types of trauma.
Yes. The basic sort of survival behaviors, the basic impacts, and the basic coping behaviors you find consistently across all trauma and all ages of people.
And so you'd agree that someone can display the same trauma responses to trauma that's related to child abuse as someone who has been a victim of domestic violence, correct?
The actual responses during trauma and the coping behaviors, yes.
Okay.
The things that happen like intrusive thoughts or nightmares or the things they tend to be afraid of or how they change their behaviors tend to be focused on the type of trauma they experienced rather than general. So those are the places where, like a war vet is going to have reactivity to explosive noises and the smell of gunpowder, not to other kinds of sounds. Someone who's experienced domestic violence is more likely to demonstrate the kinds of behaviors that we see in domestic violence victims than the things we see in child abuse.
Okay. So, but talking on the broader scale of, human responses to trauma that you talked about, that is not dependent on the type of trauma experienced.
Not typically.
And trauma can be interactive, right?
I'm not certain what you mean by that.
Meaning the effects of earlier trauma may magnify the impacts of later trauma.
That is accurate. People who have experienced multiple traumas tend to have more severe reactions.
And someone who's experienced trauma as a child, for example, could present the same as a person who'd had, repeated trauma with domestic violence, correct?
Again, in some ways, but not related to the way they behave in their relationship, not the way, there are some similarities where they would look very similar. There are some parts of their responses that would be more focused on which trauma was impacting them.
So there would be similarities between someone who has a history of trauma outside the relationship and how they would present consistently with someone who experienced trauma within their relationship.
Some similarities, yes, not all similarities.
And without interviewing the person displaying trauma responses and reviewing collateral information, it's not possible to determine the source of trauma, correct?
It wouldn't be for me if someone didn't interview the person, but for instance had access to other people's interviews and all of the information that may have happened. That person might be able to make that determination.
And that's the collateral information that I was talking about.
Yes.
And you don't have any information regarding Ms. Frank's history, whether she experienced any previous trauma in her life?
Objection. This has been asked and answered. It's been made very clear she's a blind expert.
Now, you also testified on direct examination that victims may engage in counterintuitive behaviors.
I'm not certain I used that word, but I did say they do things people don't expect.
Okay. And would you agree that that's kind of counterintuitive behaviors? Would you agree with that classification?
I'm sorry, that what is counterintuitive?
That victims may engage in counterintuitive behaviors, behaviors that others may not expect.
Yes, I think that happens often, which is why I think education is so important.
So, but you'd agree that the fact that someone behaves in a way that you might not expect doesn't mean, in your mind, that they haven't been a victim of some sort.
Depends on what the behavior is.
Okay.
That's not true generally across the board. It depends on the kind of behavior that you didn't expect.
But if someone is acting normally, it doesn't necessarily mean they have been victimized and are experiencing a dissociative response, correct?
No, and it could mean that.
Right.
So that by itself, absent what the report is, what other information is available, is not an indicator of anything.
So when we are talking about intimate partner violence, we are talking about violence occurring between current or former intimate partners.
That's correct.
And you'd agree that the empirical research has convincingly demonstrated the existence of different types or patterns of intimate partner violence.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And coercive controlling violence is one type or pattern of intimate partner violence, correct?
Yes, it is the most serious type or pattern of intimate partner violence.
Okay. And that the defining characteristic of coercive controlling violence is the escalating violence or threats in conjunction with increasing controlling behavior on the part of the abuser, correct?
That is one of the indicators. It is not the only indicator.
And you'd agree that coercive controlling violence is something more often perpetrated by men against women?
That's accurate in my experience and in the research literature.
And another type of intimate partner violence described in the literature is called common or situational couple violence, correct?
Correct, and that is what I described when I said there are some circumstances where there's low-level violence that typically doesn't change either partner's behavior and that isn't based on control of another partner.
And situational couple violence is a form of relationship violence where continuing frustration and anger occasionally erupt into physical aggression.
That's one. Sometimes it's occasional, sometimes it's a single incident. It's a range of different kinds of violence where neither partner is afraid of or controlled by the other partner, and it rarely rises to the level of intervention from any system.
Well, you'd agree that situational couple violence doesn't have its basis in the dynamics of power and control, right?
That's accurate.
And it's more common in relationships than controlling couple violence.
It is likely more common, and it is less identified in, it is identified as more common in social science research, those large national studies that you've talked about, and much less common in studies where there has been any intervention by any system, whether that's a counseling program, a domestic violence program, law enforcement, any of those things.
And it's the most common type of physical aggression in the general population of married spouses or cohabitating partners.
I don't know if it is the most common form of aggression. I don't know that. I haven't reviewed that recently. I know it was originally identified as the most common form of aggression. Studies on more serious violence, though, more recently identified them as very common as well. So I would want to review the research before I answer that specifically.
Okay. You're familiar with Kelly and Johnson's article titled Differentiation Among Types of Intimate Partner Violence, Research Update and Implications for Interventions, correct?
Yes, and I know they're one of the people who identified it as more common based on the social science research.
Okay. Now, the literature also explains that situational couple violence is not a more minor version of coercive controlling violence, rather a different type of intimate partner violence with different causes and consequences.
That's accurate, and I talked about that as well. It more often is a result of people not having good emotional management skills, conflict resolution skills, or anger management skills, and not understanding how to resolve conflict well.
And some of the verbally aggressive behaviors like cursing or yelling or name-calling reported in situational couple violence are similar to the emotional abuse of coercive controlling violence.
They are similar at first blush. They are different in that they're typically related to a specific incident of situational couple violence and not a pattern of behavior over time that is used to control someone. So again, if you looked at a single incident, they might look very similar, like an early explosion or set of words used in coercive controlling violence and a situational couple setting. Over time, if you look, they would look different.
Right. And the research has also found that jealousy may exist as a recurrent theme in situational couple violence, with accusations of infidelity expressed during conflicts, correct?
It can. Again, typically doesn't rise to the level of seriousness that you see in coercive controlling violence.
And situational couple violence, as you talked about, is less likely to escalate, but it is more likely to stop after separation.
Yes.
And you talked about kind of how situational couple violence would be less likely to cause significant injury, correct?
That's accurate.
But while more minor forms of violence are typical of situational couple violence, it can escalate to severe assaults with serious injuries, correct?
Or it can be a single serious assault. In instance, somebody might throw something. If you throw something really heavy at someone and you hit them in the head, it can hurt them really badly, which could happen in a single incident, not escalating over time.
And the existence of a severe assault in the past doesn't mean the relationship featured coercive controlling violence, correct?
Ask me that again. I'm not sure I caught all of it.
The existence of a severe assault in the past does not mean the relationship featured coercive controlling violence.
Not by itself, but it is a very important factor to consider because serious violence is more likely to be related to coercive controlling violence.
Now, some offenders who are subjecting their partners to coercive controlling violence may forbid them to have a job.
That can happen.
It often in an attempt to isolate that person from others, right?
It can be. That is a more rare form of isolation, but it does happen.
And it can be to exert power and control over their partner.
Yes, if someone is not out in the world having contact with other people, some offenders feel like they have better control over the person that they're with.
And it's also a form of financial or economic control.
It can be if the person is limited because they don't bring income to having access to the family income, and that can happen as well.
And that would make it harder for someone to leave.
It makes it much harder for someone to leave if they have no access to any financial resources.
Because they might not be able to have the financial resources to afford rent on a residence.
That's one possible outcome.
Or pay for their food or utilities, just basic needs, right?
That's one possible outcome as well.
And offenders who are subjecting their partners to coercive controlling violence also can control where they go out in the community, not just to a job, right?
Some of them do. Some of them make attempts to control who they see, where they go, how long they spend. All of those things can be components of control.
Accompanying them to places like the grocery store, right?
Yes, that can happen.
Or on errands, right?
That can happen.
For, someone getting their nails done.
That can happen.
And other personal errands where, their presence would not typically be necessary.
That can happen.
And it's a sense of placing, physical limitations on that person. In a sense, it's them placing a physical restriction or limitation on that person.
Or trying to be present whenever they're interacting with other people so they control that interaction.
And the reason they'd want to be present is one reason they might want to be present is to limit or control what that person may tell others.
That can be one reason, yes.
So in the context of coercive controlling violence, specific controlling behaviors have been identified as strong predictors of lethality, including placing physical limitations on the victim like we just talked about, correct?
Yes, and several others.
Like stalking?
Stalking, strangulation, intimate partner sexual assault.
Social isolation?
Social isolation, serious controlling behaviors.
But you'd also agree with me that lethality indicators are characteristics of many domestic violence relationships.
Some of them are. Having a larger number of them makes the lethality risk more serious.
And the vast majority of relationships involving intimate partner violence or domestic violence do not end in death, correct?
That's accurate.
In other words, there are many relationships where there's some domestic violence that might exhibit some of these characteristics, but very few will end in death.
I wouldn't say very few. The substantial percentage of homicides of women in this country are related to intimate partner violence, but they way fewer end in death than don't. That would be accurate.
And you testified in direct examination about how many victims who attempt to leave a violent relationship often make multiple attempts to leave, correct?
That's correct.
And when you're talking attempts to leave doesn't mean actually physically leaving, right?
No, it typically means physically leaving and then returning, and physically leaving and then returning. Sometimes it's going to stay with family. Sometimes it's going to a shelter. Sometimes it is literally walking out the door and saying, I'm out of here, and not having a plan. But multiple attempts to actually leave the relationship, not just talking about it.
So your testimony today is that an attempt does require an actually physically leaving, correct?
I'm saying that it typically involves actually leaving. It can involve things like filing for divorce, which is a clear attempt to leave without moving out. It can involve filing for separation. So not everything has to be an actual physical attempt to leave, but typically there are physical attempts to leave.
It can also mean lower level things like, if you hit me again, I'm going to leave, right?
I would not consider, and I don't think the research that's based on considers that an attempt to leave.
Okay.
I think that considers that, I would consider that a resistance to someone's control, or an attempt to resist someone's control.
And you previously testified in a case, People v. Al-Qaedi, ALKADI, which is 09CR 1875, a Boulder County case, at a trial on June 14th of 2010, correct?
I believe you again.
And at that time, when you were discussing the same theme about attempts to leave, you testified, and I said, and I quote, some of those things are lower level things, like saying to the person, if you hit me again, I'm going to go.
And
Correct?
I would like to see the whole context of that, because as you move to resisting control, those things happen.
This one. Sorry, I've got to find the right page here. See, I can't. I think my page site is off, so I will move on at this point. So we've talked about when victims are at risk of physical injury. You'd agree that for most women, separation proved protective against ongoing abuse.
In some circumstances, separation can be protective. In certain circumstances, separation puts people at greater risk.
Okay. And the relocation of an abuser to another city was a significant protective factor, or is a significant protective factor, correct?
It depends. It can be. I understand that and I am aware of cases where someone does that and then is able to electronically stalk someone or return regularly to cause harm, and it's more frightening because the person believed they were safe.
And you are familiar with Barbara J. Hart and Andrew Klein's report, Practical Implications of Current Intimate Partner Violence Research for Victim Advocates and Service Providers, correct?
Yes.
That was published by the U.S. Department of Justice?
Yes.
And you included this report on the list of literature you included with your opinion letter?
I did.
And that's a report you rely on?
Yes, and they agree that movement to another city can be protective. I'm merely saying that doesn't always protect people from the most serious offenders.
But the findings in that report was that relocation of the abuser was a significant protective factor, correct?
I said it can be very protective.
If I could have a moment. All right, and I'm just going to go back. I found that citation now. If I may approach, Judge. Would you like to see this, Mr. Mann? Sure. That's the last. People feel Katie. It's a transcript. I think that was what I said. If I may approach?
Sure.
Here's the transcript. Got
Okay, I need my glasses again, sorry.
got your name here.
Yes.
And the transcript does say here, some of those lower level things, like saying to the person, if you hit me again, I'm going to go, but they make attempts.
Yes, I'm looking at the context. Yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Ms. McAllister, you were asked on cross-examination about, in various ways, whether or not you've testified for the defense in criminal cases. I want to ask you, have you ever been asked to testify for the defense in a criminal case and refused just because you were being asked by a criminal defense attorney?
No, and as I said, I often consult with the defense. I often write summaries for the defense. I work with defense attorneys periodically. I rarely testify.
Okay. And are defense attorneys sometimes in the audience when you make presentations on these kinds of topics?
They are sometimes, although likely less commonly than prosecutors.
You were asked most recently about lethality and lethality factors, correct?
Yes.
In other words, things that frequently are often associated with death.
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that controlling behaviors by offenders have been found to be strong predictors of lethality?
Yes, they have. And there's very strong research on lethality done across a large number of cities and repeated over time and strengthened.
And what are some of those lethality factors that we frequently see?
Some of the ones that I was asked about during cross, but controlling factors, extreme jealousy, increasing levels of violence, strangulation, stalking, intimate partner sexual assault, offender ownership of guns specifically, threats to kill, specific threats to kill, like how they're going to kill someone, are higher predictors.
When you say kill someone, are you referring just to the victim or possibly others in the victim's lives?
Unfortunately, the victim or other people that the victim is close to can be at risk for homicide.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any recross on those limited issues?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, Ms. McAllister. We very much appreciate your time. May she be discharged from her subpoena from the prosecution.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is she discharged from her subpoena?
She is.
Thank you. And was she subpoenaed by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you are discharged and excused. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, please.
People call Anna Meyer to the stand.
Your Honor, before this witness testifies, may we have a discussion over Bluetooth, please?
Sure. Yes, sorry. Sorry about that. You're welcome to come forward. Good afternoon. Yes, please. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. Is that okay? Yeah. Thanks. Why don't you raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. And once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Anna Myers, Myers.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for your patience this afternoon and waiting. Do you live and work here in Greeley?
I live in Windsor.
Okay. Do you work in Greeley?
Yes, I did
Okay.
at the time.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a professional nail artist,
And if I
manicurist.
could have that microphone right up close to you to make sure everybody can hear you. There we
I'm
go.
a manicurist.
There we go. Thank you. Do you know Kevin Eastman?
I do.
How do you know him?
We went to school together.
When you say school, are you talking like elementary school, high school, etc.?
Yeah, we went to school from kindergarten to graduation.
And in what was that in Colorado?
Yes,
In what part of the state?
it was in Delta, Colorado.
And where is that within Colorado? Generally, if you could.
It's
just
on the
orientate
western
people.
slope by Grand Junction, Colorado.
Okay. And did you also know Heather Frank before her death?
I did.
How did you know for Heather?
She became a client of mine.
All right. During the time that you were doing Heather Frank's nails, did you become aware that she was dating the Kevin Eastman that you knew from your school days?
I knew that before she started being my client.
Okay. And did you occasionally talk to Heather during this client relationship about her relationship with Kevin Eastman?
She hardly ever spoke of Kevin unless I asked questions.
Okay. And did you occasionally ask questions?
I did.
All right. How often would you see Heather for these nail appointments?
Once a month.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware that Heather had passed?
Yes.
And did that cause you to reflect on some of your last appointments with Heather?
Yes.
And after that reflection, did you reach out to the Weld County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
I want to talk about some of the things that you reflected upon, specifically in your appointments with Heather, starting in November and moving forward toward the time of her death, okay?
Okay.
Starting with her nail appointment in November of 2019, did Heather talk at all during that appointment about some things that she was excited about?
Yes.
What did she talk about?
She had told me that her and Kevin had gone to a blues restaurant / bar, and she wanted to know if I had ever heard of the Movers and the Shakers.
And did you indicate whether or not you had heard of them?
I did. I told her I'd never heard of them.
And did she go on to tell you about the Movers and Shakers?
Yes, specifically about Scott Sessions.
And what did she tell you about him and the band?
She just told me that my husband and I needed to really go and watch this band, that Scott was funny, he was very entertaining, just really boasted about him.
Okay. Now moving forward to your nail appointment with Heather in December of 2019, do you recall that appointment as well?
Yes.
And did you talk to Heather about what she might be doing for the upcoming New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Time period? And what did she talk about?
I had asked her if her and Kevin were going to go out for New Year's, and she said, I am going to go and watch the Movers and the Shakers.
Okay. And did that comment catch your attention somehow?
It did, because I asked her if her and Kevin were going, and she just responded with an I.
Okay. Did you talk to Heather about her relationship with Kevin during her January of 2020 nail appointment?
I did.
What did she say?
I had asked her if she, had had fun and if she was safe, and I'd asked her how Kevin was during that conversation, and she had told me that her and Kevin had broke up.
Okay. And do you remember when in January that appointment was?
I don't, and I didn't look back on my calendar before I got here.
And did she have an appointment in February prior to her death?
She did.
Do you recall what date that occurred?
I believe it was the 11th.
And do you recall what time of day that was?
I believe it was 6 p.m.
Okay. So an evening appointment?
Yes, it was an evening appointment.
How would you describe Heather's demeanor on February 11th during that evening appointment?
She was very anxious.
What do you mean by that?
She just seemed very unsettled. I did notice that when she had come in, she hadn't taken off her coat, which she normally does. And when I was filing her nails, she was just very antsy and very anxious.
Is that different than how Heather normally appeared to you?
Yes.
Did you notice alcohol in her breath at that time?
I did.
Okay. Was that unusual or not?
It was very unusual because normally her appointment was during the day, so.
Okay. And why was this particular appointment in the evening?
Well, her being so anxious, I had asked her if she was okay, and she said, "Well, just remind me not to make another late appointment because I have to work in the morning." And I think she stated she had drank a couple of glasses of wine.
Okay. During that appointment on February 11th, did you ask Heather if she had heard from your mutual acquaintance, Kevin Eastman?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said that she hadn't heard from him, that he had moved back to our hometown.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
So I want to start first by talking about that November of 2019 appointment. Ms. Frank was into the music scene, right?
I guess so.
She went to go see live music, right? And in that November 2019 appointment, Ms. Frank mentioned a musician.
Yes.
Who she thought was talented and fun to talk to. Sorry.
Correct.
Thank you. And based on what she told you about him, you got the impression that she'd met this musician sometime before the November appointment.
Yes.
But you believe now that the musician she was talking about was Mr. Sessions.
Yes.
And you believe that it's your recollection today that she had identified the musician specifically to you as Mr. Sessions.
Yes.
And you first learned about Mr. Sessions' death from the news media.
No.
You did research on him.
No.
So it's your testimony today that you didn't do any research about Mr. Sessions.
After I found out about his death, yes, or her death.
Okay. So that's, I guess, where I'm getting with that. So after you found out about Mr. Sessions' death, you did research about Mr. Sessions.
Well, can you clarify that? Because I had heard from another client that Heather had been killed.
Okay.
And that's when I did my research.
Okay.
But I didn't find out about her death by doing research.
And I'm not talking about Ms. Frank's death, okay? I'm talking about Mr. Sessions. But the articles that you read about Mr. Sessions described him as a musician.
Correct.
And identified his band as the Mover and Shakers.
Yes.
And you read these articles about Mr. Sessions before you spoke with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly read those before your testimony today.
Yes.
And before you spoke with law enforcement, you knew what had been publicized about Mr. Sessions' death.
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to the February 11th, 2020 appointment. The 6 p.m. appointment time was later in the day than her typical appointments.
Yes.
Generally, she avoided evening appointments
Yes.
because her work schedule had her getting up at 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And she had late appointments with you before.
No.
Now, on February 11th, she asked you to remind her not to make late appointments like this again.
Yes.
Which is something she's told you on previous occasions.
Can you repeat that?
Which is something she's told you on previous occasions.
No.
So you remember when you contacted law enforcement, you spoke on the phone with Detective Fick from the Will County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Very vaguely. It's been almost 2 years, so.
Okay. So, and again, this was almost 2 years ago on March 2nd of 2020 that
Yeah.
you spoke with Detective Fick.
Yes.
And when you called Detective Fick, it was reaching out to her to provide her with information, correct?
Well, not originally.
Okay. Well, you reached out after Miss Frank had been found, correct?
I reached out because I got a friend request.
Okay. Objection, Your Honor.
She's
Are
answering.
you asking her how she got information about the death?
No, I'm asking her when she reached out to the detective.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
You reached out to the detective after the time that Miss Frank had been found.
Correct.
And as a result of that, you had a conversation with Detective Fick.
I did.
And that was in March of 2020.
Yes.
And at that time, you provided information to Detective Fick about your appointments that you had had with Miss Frank.
Correct.
And you discussed this February 11th appointment, correct?
Correct.
And you discussed with Detective Fick that Miss Frank had reminded you not to make late appointments again, correct?
She said, remind me next time not to make an appointment. She didn't remind me to.
Okay.
I'm understanding it two different ways.
Okay. You also told Detective Fick, and I quote, "She's told me that before because she's worked in Loveland," correct?
She's never told that to me before.
So it's your testimony today that you did not tell Detective Fick that Ms. Frank had told you on previous occasions that she did not make late appointments, correct?
She told me that night to remind her not to make a late appointment ever again.
Okay. Now, on February 11th, Ms. Frank had worked that day?
I have no idea. Normally her appointment's on a Thursday. This was a Tuesday night.
Okay. And she certainly seemed tired.
Anxious?
Okay. So you testified today that she seemed anxious and unsettled, correct?
Correct.
And again, when you spoke with Detective Fick, you were asked about her demeanor, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you told Detective Fick, and I quote, "She didn't seem any different other than tired," correct?
No, I had stated that she was a little bit anxious.
Okay. If I could have a moment.
Sure.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May she be discharged from her subpoena from the prosecution?
She may.
What about from the defense?
We don't have under subpoena.
Okay, thank you for your time. Can the parties do Bluetooth, please? We only have like 2 hours left. No, we're kidding. We're going to recess for the day. It's been a long week for everybody. I get it. And I don't want to start a witness and then have that witness come back for the majority of his or her testimony on Monday. So first, thank you for your attention to this case and your dedication to this case. I really do appreciate it. It's very tempting, especially with having a weekend coming up, that you start talking about this case with others or going on social media or reading the news. Please don't put the case in jeopardy. Don't put yourself in jeopardy by violating my court order. I want to instruct you for the last time this week that you must not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss this trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the case. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you, and we will see you Monday at 8:30 in the morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. You're welcome to be seated. Any other issues before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
And you'll look into that Rule 16 issue, Mr. Wren?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you Monday at 8:30. Is there any, so we're going to take the exhibits that were admitted. Is there anything in the courtroom that has not been admitted, which is it says should be still in the custody of the prosecution?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So we will take custody of all the admitted exhibits, and we'll see you Monday at 8:30. Thank you. We're in recess. Yes. Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
Yes, that worked. Yep. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just.
That's fine.
And I gotta.
Grab the bag because we all this stuff up.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
was
so I
able to
gotta
read it
pack
fine.
a bunch of stuff.
Well, if you need me, I'll be doing bond hearings this weekend.
Lucky you.
Jeez, good.
Would you mind recharging those?
Oh, yeah.
Right over here, on the chair.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Do you want me to follow you to get stuff?
Yeah.